We here. We live. Sometimes, man, you just gotta hit the live button and go. Yeah. I'm gonna put on my seatbelt. I got to the street now. Leaving Home Depot. All right. Let me see if I can put this up here because I need to charge that phone too. Trying to go live. I ain't even got my phone charged. Wow. Gotta get good at this YouTube thing one day, Rashid. All right. So I gotta get good at this YouTube thing one day. All right, the phone turned sideways because I got it charging and everything at the same time. Multitasking. Just came from Home Depot, getting some supplies, stuff like that. This Patty, Bud Five going on. Got some of this degreaser. Got a bucket down there. Got sponge. Try these little charcoals. Go to Walmart, get some lighter fluid. It's cheaper. But decided I go live. You know, in the words of R. Kelly, usually I don't do this, but I'm gonna hit y'all off with the day in the life of me. You know, got to keep that thing beside me, that battery pack. That's what's going on. Yeah, actually finna go do some little quick little messing around over here. I could show y'all some work that I be doing, but I don't want to give y'all too much, cause them people be watching, you know, the people. I mean, the people that check your pockets. Yeah, I think I'm finna go to Walmart because I'm finna check out. I need me some lighter fluid so I can grill, and plus go check out the clearance. I just got me a few little plants, uh, indoor plants, getting some more flowers in the house. Um, I got me some collard greens, and I think what was the other one I got? I got two different kind of plants, collard greens and something else. So my experiment is to see how well they grow from the ones I got that are already leaves compared to the ones that are not leaves. Should I go to Walmart or just go to this job? Cause now I done got over and I ain't really feeling it. Oh, they don't update the Walmart. See the outside, fix it up. I ain't. It's over here by a place I ain't lived over here in a minute, so was going over here to this Walmart. I just left Home Depot and I was like I said, I got a couple of things. Finished this job I'm doing. Then turn around, I got some plants. So I'm gonna get them home, water them. I had to get me some more cactus soil because believe it or not, y'all, I actually am growing a pineapple tree. And one of the guys, kind of joking with me, telling me how it's gonna take me almost 2 years. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's why I'm growing it because I'm trying to get this journey. I got patience, you know. That's the thing. I got some patience, so I'm trying to ride this journey out to see how long, the pineapple grow. Hopefully, it becomes sweet. Like my partner, he already grew three of them, I think, already, and he got two more in pots. So he just cut the tops off, put them back in the soil, and let them grow out. So he doing pretty good at it. So I was like, I'll give it a try. I'm like, if he did it, so can I. So I give it a try. End up doing that, and more or less, like I say, trying to go ahead and get my garden up and run out. Might even go home tomorrow and do a video of everything I'm doing out there in the garden. I should go to this Dollar Tree over here. Get me some little stuff from my garden too. But yeah, let me go ahead and finish this up right quick because I don't think I'm gonna go do that other one today. I might do that one tomorrow morning because I know old boy ain't gonna do nothing in the morning. And then sometimes you just feel like, you just take a break. Monday through Friday, and then, shout out to Dr. Dunbar. Your 9 to 5, and then after you finish, your 5 to 9, and that comes with you doing everything else. Miss Patty, you got your wrench. I know. Hold on, let me see if a wrench. That's why I had to check and make sure everybody got wrenches. Bud didn't have one, but make sure Bud Files got a wrench. All right, so cool. We back. But man, I'm just driving. I ain't doing nothing, spectacular, crazy like I normally do. Cause like I said on my channel, I'm more laid back. I try to, deal with the politics of life, getting your life together, stuff like that. So I ain't gonna do nothing too crazy. Should go get that smoothie for my wife since I'm over here by edible. But I don't know. Conscious what's going on, man. And I was popping in and out of the chat over there. You guys are deep into the politics, man. Y'all made me have to dust out the old dictionary, man, and get back on the saddle with you guys. And that's one of the things I've really been, trying to get myself into anyway, because a lot of people been saying, getting into the politics, of things that's going on around here, because we all just vote and vote with the intent for what, you know, who we voting for, what person are we putting in office, and that tends to push a lot. Um, a guy, me and him were friends, and he would always say, "I'm voting Democrat, Democrat, Democrat." I was like, I don't do that. I'm like, man, some of them Republicans, have our best interests and have some stuff that's gonna help us out, you know. But I can't go against all their beliefs and all the things that they run with, because some of them Republicans, they make good sense, and they was in their best interest. They believe in family and stuff, but some of the other ideologies I can't cut for. But majority of it, hey, I'm gonna give them a shot. You got my vote. And that's the thing. We too scared to cross that line. If this politician is, saying they're gonna do things and, putting it out there, their track record, hey, put them in office. If not, man, get them out of here. Get them out of here. We ain't fooling with it. Six, yeah. Ace Hardware closed. Yeah, I think they closed right now. It's 6 o'clock. I think they closed at 6. Yep, they closed. Yeah, I'm just doing some little riding around, messing with stuff, man. I ain't doing nothing really. I just thought I'd go live, talk a little bit before I get back over here to this job. And I'm pretty much finished already. I just gotta, you know, um, move some stuff around and hook some up, then I'm good. Oh, somebody got a box truck for sale over there. Ain't got no ramp on it. But yeah, overall, man, just ride like I said. Um, for y'all didn't get to check out my other live that I did. I think it was Friday, yesterday. Yeah, Friday morning. Um, the link in the description was talking about the video I did with Dr. Dunbar, man. A lot of people got to get their finances in order, you know, and I'm constantly trying to harp on this. Man, it's gonna get bad. Like I literally know somebody right now that every single week they need money. And they're in a situation where, they're a little older, they gotta go back to work. They gotta go back to work. And it's not no shame against them, but you gotta plan for the future. What is the number one thing? These little cliches they say. If you don't plan, you plan to fail. Tamika, what's going on? And that's like one of the biggest things. If you really don't plan, you plan to fail. And there's so much of us that's doing it. You know, I don't want to be old, broke down, like I always say, and trying to get my life together. No, I'm trying to tweak some things. I'm trying to make some things a little better, but I'm not saying I'm getting my life together at this age. My life should already be together. I need to be, getting to a point where I'm maxing and relaxing. I'm setting up these things to set me up for life. I'm not sitting here at my older age trying to figure out, what's the key to life, what things need to be done, what's going on, Doug, and having situations to where you want to focus on, like, man, I done seen old people struggle, man. Like, literally, I done seen people, not even just older people, younger people struggle. I knew this lady, she was getting evicted every time she got a spot. Every 4 months, she was getting evicted. And I'm like, what happened? Man, they hating on me. I said, did you pay your rent? Not all of it. They kick you out because you didn't pay. It's not because they hating on you. And these younger generations, even with my generation, millennials, oh man, some of these millennials are the worst. Some of these millennials believe everything should be handed to them. They shouldn't have to work. Their parents should be taking care of them. Prime example, this job I go deliver to, I was talking to one of the managers, and she was saying how one of the workers in there, they were talking, and the young guy, he ain't young, but he's like in his 30s, like 34, and the guy only works minimum hours, no over. He don't want no overtime. He try to work the least amount of hours just so he can keep his health benefits and stuff up. So that's 32, and that's it. They offer overtime, all this stuff. Nah, I don't want it. I just want to do my time and go home. It's like, man, what do you like? Don't you got bills? I'm like, no. All I gotta do is just pay for my cell phone. I got a car that's paid off. I'm on my mom and dad insurance, so I don't gotta do nothing. Then they asked them, and they was like, so where do you stay, man? I stay in my parents' basement. Man, you don't want more for yourself, man. You don't want a family, this and that. Like, nope. And a lot of these young men, they adopted that, you know, getting married, that means you're gonna get a divorce. And I'm like, if you go in thinking like that, 9 times out of 10, you are getting a divorce. But if you doing everything right and she want a divorce, then so be it. As long as you came in there doing everything you supposed to do, you ain't up here willing that, sort of redemption and all this, talking about how she need to be under your leadership and all. Like, man, it's one thing that I learned. What's going on right here? It's one thing I learned with older guys and older women. I had older women school me just like I had older guys school me. I knew this lady. She was worse than the dude. She had a roster of men, and she would always tell me, "You smart. You got married at a young age." She was like, make sure you stay in that relationship because I guarantee you, if you don't, it's going to be a woman just like me that's going to ruin your life. I'm going to get you to a point that make you feel good, and I'm only here for a short time. I'm here to take your money. I'm here to, do some other stuff with you. And that's about it. Other than that, like, you screwed. You get a divorce, I'm good. I got other men that can come and take care of me. And I was like, whoa. And she was like, man, I got, like, she had this one dude, she said, she was with this dude on and off for like a year. Never gave the guy no sex, but the guy always took out to eat. And me and my wife was talking about this too, and she was laughing. Um, to this the guy took out to eat all the time, nice restaurants, Ruth Chris. I think she said he spent like 600 at Ruth Chris one time. And one time she got drunk, she gave him some. Other than that, a whole year, and they never messed around. And I'm like, that's crazy. And some of these relationships are like that now, man. You literally have some women that just there for the playing the games. Same applies to a lot of these dudes, they there for the ride. So it's not just a one sided thing. Just like I was just on Absalom Pianki TV, shout out to Absalom, and he was talking about the Jenny Ma and Jeezy thing. So when it breaks down, it don't matter. Jeezy married a woman who was Chinese and he's getting a divorce from her. So that is the passport thing work that they talk about. So I mean, it's choices in the matter. The person you pick, the person you deal with. I was just on Women in Linux and they was having the same conversation. So it's starting to stir back up and buzz outside of different spaces. But in the Women in Linux, um, I can't think of her name right now. Uh, is it Tamika? I can't think of her name. I don't want to butcher it, but I know the channel's called Women in Linux, and I always know I've heard the name all the time. I see her go to channel all the time. I don't forgot her name that quick. But basically, they were having a conversation, and it's just like random woman was going on. When you in a relationship with somebody, and the dude's complaining about this woman not being on your team and is not, doing this and doing that, and y'all already established a relationship, y'all already been into the relationship with each other. She was like, the key thing is pay attention to the signs. When you call her and she always saying that none, just chilling, I ain't doing nothing every single time, you got people moving. Man, I hit you back. I'm finna go clean up this. I'm finna get ready to cook. I just got home from work. You should know the schedule of a person you dealing with. If they never say they cooking, do you honestly think y'all gonna start cooking when you get in a relationship with each other? More or less? And she had me dying laughing about this dude she was dealing with. She said, so the guy she was supposed to go on a date with. First off, the guy was trying to bail on a date, trying to say this and that. We might have to do something a little later. And she was like, well, I'd already planned out us going together. I set aside this time and all this. The man above was going on. So she set out the time and everything. So she was like, I was looking forward to this day. So the guy was like, well, let me go to my mom's house and then I'll swing on through, you know. And the dude went to the mom house, ate over there, then came to the date, said he wasn't hungry. He ate over at his mom's house. Maybe they can just go get some wine or something. So the dude was trying to hit her on a cheap date type deal. If you broke, just say you broke. If you ain't got no money, don't go on no date. I'm sorry, dog. I mean, if a woman not feeling you because of no money, then that might not be the woman for you. Same rules apply for a man. You know, if that man ain't feeling you because he say you're not on his level or you don't look the part, that might not be the person for you. And it's the thing I say it, but it's a thing. I always refer to, they say, the pimp say, choose the woman that choose you. I mean, it's just a cliche thing. Deal with people that deal with you. That goes into the aspect of the money that, she was breaking down the function, which I always like talking about. You talk to somebody on the phone and they don't have a budget. You talk to somebody on the phone, they never had no money for anything. My wife paid for me on dates sometimes because she was trying to make it to like, I hope you ain't trying to get no sex from me. So I'm gonna pay for a date or two because I'm gonna let you know, like, hey, this ain't where it's at. You're not, just paying for dates so you can get to me like that. And, you know, I respected that, and that was a shocker to me too, but her paying, because most girls I knew, they just be like, man, just pay, pay, pay. And that's always a thing that, in the culture, that a man's supposed to pay if he asks her out on a date. That was always the thing to do. And if you don't ask the lady and she try to push you to take her to this place, now that's subjective. Most women still say you should pay because you the man, But then it's subjective because you want to go here, I want to go somewhere else. So why can't you pay for this date? So that's when it starts to, kind of push the lines, but going back into it with finance, most of the time, like I talk to people and I said, it's a man and woman difference because most people, like far as with women, don't want to work overtime. And if they do, they doing it for a benefit to go on vacation, to, do certain things. The man above, along with that. All right. And make sure boom, boom, boom. Yeah, to make sure everybody had a rich so they can, be dealing with each other channels, man. Hey, just like somebody able to go to your channel, you can go to somebody else's channel, check they, videos out, check their channel out, sub if you want to. Make it a whole lot easy because when you're trying to search for somebody's name, sometime it comes up, sometime it don't. But you already got it on file. You like somebody comment in the chat, hey, there you go. Another thing too, share your channels. Don't have a problem with that. I like to support channels. I like to deal with people as well. So I'm always to a point where I'm trying to encourage people to, visit other people's channels. But like I said, getting back into the finance aspect, a lot of times there's some men are the same way. I can't tell you how many dudes like, man, I can't wait to get off. And then they say, what you gonna do? Man, when I get off, I'm about to go do this side job. When I get off, I'm about to go, try to make some more money over here. Man, you always working because I want some money. My little cousin told me that. He was like, man, you gotta have time to break, man. You gotta have, time to enjoy life. You always working. I said, dude, when I party hard. When I sit there and I go on vacation, I do a week vacation. I ain't taking no weekend, 3 days, and I'm good. Take my week vacation, and then if I do a weekend trip, that's more of a short thing for me. But I take the long vacations for my birthday or something that I'm really looking forward to or doing something with the kids. Take them long vacations, 7 days, sometimes probably more. I think this year I'm finna do it 10 days. Can do 10 days. Last year I went to Jamaica. The year before we didn't start traveling, but we were supposed to go to Costa Rica this year. I don't know if we still going because there's some things transpired and it's happening. But other than that, man, I'm still gonna enjoy my birthday. Still gonna enjoy my birthday. Um, I'm good. I already planned for it. Got a little money set aside for just in case I want to go somewhere else. But I had some partial money set aside to where all I had to do was put a little more with it, and there you go. And then the crazy part about it is, what's going on, Kay? What's going on? The business talk, and when it comes down to it, I just realized when I was up there, paying my Discover, what was it, Discover American Express card. I was paying my American Express card, and the crazy part was this: I literally found out that I can use my points to get my hotel over there. So I was like, man, like I could use my points, get my hotel, and just pay for my airfare. I was like, oh, this is a game changer. Just raise it up a whole nother, notch. I already went to the what is it, RIU, RUI, RIU, whatever the one in Jamaica. And I'm like, we just left there last year. And so I'm like, man, I might use it for something like that, like them points. Say hit the big 41 this year myself. Yeah, man. Hey, October, man. I'll be 41. October, I'll be 41. Yep, yep. October, I'll be 41. October the 6th. And, hey, blessing, man, because a lot of dudes, when I was growing up, they wasn't going to live that long. And, me to say the least, get married, have a family, be there for my kids, that's like the biggest joy, man. I told people, man, my mom and dad passed at a young age. So with me, my biggest impact is always being there for my kids and making sure my kids, have, and do things and feel comfortable. And that's the thing. A lot of people, man, when you deal with finance, you gotta always, to a degree, be head of the curve on your finance. You gotta sit here and put things in position so your kids will win. You know, when I talk about life insurance and getting stuff to a certain status or a certain way, man, it's to help my kids get to the next level. I told y'all, man, if anything ever happened to me, my kids good. They gonna be straight. I can't say that about everybody else. Me and one of my friends, we was talking about that. When I die, it ain't gonna be no ain't gonna be no oh, that's cool. I said, dang, son birthday turned 18. Okay. Yeah, man. The 23rd. That's crazy. My brother's birthday on the 21st, and my niece's birthday is on the 23rd. My niece's birthday on the 23rd. But it's like we was having a conversation like no fish fries for me, man. Hey, when I die, things gonna get paid, stuff gonna get done. I told my sons, I said, depending on what year I die or time or frame, if I'm not here to get you a car, that life insurance gonna make enough for you to get a car. You know, truth as I know it was going on. Nino in the building, what's going on, Nino? Truth as I know it was going on. But that's the thing. I just seen the man above birthday was talking about that. I ain't even see truth as I know it pop in there. I said, hey to K, what's going on, K? But overall, man, like I said, just getting into it. A lot of people they've been having this relationship for so long, man. When are we gonna get past that and focus on? Because honestly, like the situation with women in Lennox, when that guy tried to go out on that date with her, and literally, dude had no money. You know, didn't have no money to go on a date, but yet he planned. He called her. He tried to set up a date with her. I guess something popped off, didn't happen. Dude, say something. He made himself look left, uh, like played himself left. What in the world? My cousin hit me up on the side. Okay, that's something you talking about. Something. Yeah, he showing me some pictures or something. Yeah, he went down to Hilton Head. Cousin went to Hilton Head. He living it up, living it up. But yeah, I mean, the crazy part is that, man, when it comes down to it, the dude didn't have no money for the date. So honestly, you already been put in the category, dude, by her. You ain't got no second date. You ain't got no second chance. But then it comes to a point that she should respect me and this, like, dude, if you ain't got no money, don't go on no dates. All this coffee date stuff. I mean, I understand that. If you want to have a cheap date, let her know, hey, I want to get to know you. I don't that ain't my thing to spend a lot of money on no first date. You can tell what type of woman she is by telling her that. Same thing applies to that woman. She know what type of dude you is by you telling her that, and then there you go. Yeah, it's pretty nice out there. Uh, but to be honest, Nino, it's like you've been the one you've been to them all. You got Coco, what's going on? You got Brunswick. Was it Jekyll Island, Hilton Head. What is the other one? Murder. To me, they all run in the same. Murder Beach, they all kind of run in the same. You know, Coco, what's going on? Hey, I seen you over there tearing that pizza. Hey, what happened to the mission? You've been working out and stuff like that. You got to watch what you eat. Hey, like me today, I got a sub. I got a sub, and today is the first day I got my chicken tender sub I get from Publix all the time. I think I get a chicken tender sub and I chop it up, put my veggies on there, my spinach. I always like spinach. I don't really like lettuce too much. That's why I don't eat lettuce salads. But I eat my spinach, tomatoes, onions, and because it be packed. They can't hardly put nothing else on there. Because usually I do cucumbers, do bell peppers. Like most of the time, I get veggie sandwiches and everything to try to deal with that. Try to watch it, but majority of the time, I get the veggies. But I just got the chicken for the day. I got stir fry the other day with the veggies and the rice, you know, and I got to start doing my workout videos again. I think I might go do the Oculus tonight. I might do the Oculus tonight, mixing it in with the Oculus and going in. Yeah, hey, that spinach, man, I do a spinach and guacamole. Like my wife, we make our own pizzas. So either we get the dough or we don't get the dough. We get this flatbread that we get. And I know Publix has it. Um, Walmart don't have it. But mainly she gets this flatbread from Aldi. Aldi has a flatbread, and we just put the tomato sauce on there, cheese, and whatever meat we do, chicken, beef sausage, stuff like that. But we make our own pizza and stuff. We do that a lot. Making our own pizza versus getting it from Papa John's and all them, because it's getting too expensive. Oh man, that Chad Johnson, man, that McDonald thing is crazy, dude. That McDonald thing is crazy. Yeah, but yeah, we do our own pizza at home. Yeah, and we do our own pizza at home, man. It be hitting, it be good. A lot of times, like I told you, why I did my Thanksgiving, why I did the seafood and all that, like did all my seafood stuff. Like I be cooking, like trust me, like Thanksgiving. I told you I did the seafood Thanksgiving. One year, that's why I think this year we might do the barbecue Thanksgiving. Where I do some ribs, do the beef ribs, sausage. Might do another crab boil because every time them crab boils be hitting. Do the crab boil, do some ribs, do some barbecue chicken, sausage on the grill. Might even cook some brisket. I gotta end up getting another grill for the brisket, or I could just cook it earlier, and have it already done. Just let the brisket cook for a long length of time. I plan on getting another grill anyway, so might just go on and get one now. I was waiting to get another grill, but I might as well get one. But yeah, I might have to go ahead and do the Christmas. I mean, not Christmas, but Thanksgiving. Might go ahead and do that. You know, hey, dude, I did the Truth as I Know It for Thanksgiving. I did all seafood, lobster, crab meat, pasta, crab legs. We did a crab boil. We did what is it? What else I had? I think it was lobster macaroni, macaroni and cheese, but I had to put some of it to the side because my son don't eat seafood like that. Hey Pete, what's going on? We had stuffed crab, crab cakes. We had stuffed potatoes with seafood potatoes, and then I made my soup that I got. I went to what is it, Key West. I went down to Key West one year, and they had some Alfredo sauce type, and it had fish, maui maui, salmon, and it was some other fish. It wasn't perch, but it was another fish that was kind of thick, and we had that with I made a video last year of the spread. I made a video last year of the spread. I might even tag your name in it so you can go back and look at it. And I talked about all the stuff I did. But took that with some Alfredo sauce. So what you do is you get the roasted garlic Alfredo sauce. You get the four cheese. If you don't want the cheese, just get the original Alfredo sauce. And I mix those two jars together. I take some no salt season, mix it in there, and then I mix it with the Cajun season all in there. Everybody hit each other links. Like I said, everybody should have wrenches in here, so you're able to check each other channels out. Yeah, keeping up with the chat, but everybody should have wrenches in here, so you can go to each other's channel. AP Absalom Pianki TV. Man, I just was talking about you with the Jenny Ma thing earlier. What's going on, Alonzo? But get back into it real quick. But like I said, oh, you did a brisket with some grapes, grapeseed oil. Okay, yeah, man. The first time I did brisket, man, it took so long. Like smoking it, man, it was a long process. Um, I wanted to eat so fast, man. I ended up just turning that grill up, slicing it like three slices down the middle, and like sizzled it, and then just start eating, man. I was like, man, I was ready to go. I was ready to go, man. I was ready to eat. Yeah, yeah, but the let's see. Yeah, man, but that's the thing, that's what that's what he was saying. Like his dark meat to the that's what she was saying. She was saying like she like her dark meat to the side, and that was with her. I think she was kind of saying it, not really realizing what she was saying, kind of making a joke, but then she realized it went too far with the joke. Honestly, I think she do like the black man, but like it was like I said, it was a thing that she honestly thought it was a joke to be funny, and Wisconsin took her serious. Man, hands in the dirt doing the video, hands in the dirty. But I think she honestly put it as a joke, but Lonnie Love was actually, kind of going in. I might even drop the link for a little bit. But Lonnie kind of went in because Lonnie wanted to, be making fun of the situation when she said it. But everybody know what she said. Everybody knew what she meant to a degree by it, as far as I knew. She was trying to be funny. She like her dark meat to the side. But overall, it was what it was. AP he just dropped the video earlier about it, talking about it. We was having a conversation. Dr. Dunbar, what's going on? And I was just talking. Y'all popping in. I'm just just talking about y'all names and stuff too. Dr. Dunbar earlier. Hey, on your movie and entertainment, I was over there seeing you and your brother, man. I gotta go sub to your brother channel, man. I gotta go sub to your brother channel. You know, but to a degree, man, hey, just having some fun. Okay, Ed. What's going on?
What's up, bro?
Hey man, you gotta slow down with them posts, man. You gotta slow down with them posts.
This this ain't a cigarette though.
Okay, okay, okay. I see what that. Okay.
See,
You
I
gotta
already
slow
knew
down. You
better,
gotta slow.
bro.
You gotta slow down with them on camera too, man. Hey, the likeliness, man. You might
I
have a
got you.
Warren Buffett up here. You might have a
I
Warren Buffett
got
that want to invest, and he'll be like, "Hold
you.
on now, what you doing?"
Y'all,
You
shoot,
know?
man. You know what? I can't even say nothing because I asked for it, right?
Yeah. Hey, I tell you, I'm gonna give you that work. You want it? I'm gonna give it to you now. What's
You
going
know
on,
what?
Nino?
I can't even be mad. Let me get to the crib, man. Before that 10%, I gotta get in the house and charge up. But I'm gonna stay up here.
All right,
What's up, Alonzo?
he's running.
Qual P, what it do, baby?
Oh, not much, man. Now, you mean to tell me that this dude is divorcing this woman because of this comment here? Or is it more to it?
No, he been knew about the situation where she said about she like her dark meat on the side. She addressed that before they got married. But the reason why I think everybody, they speculating because he ain't really said. And the main speculation is she don't want to work or it's something dealing along with money. And that's
Now, I'm
that's
pretty smart. I'm pretty smart. Now, I'm going to do what some of these other niggas be doing out here. What does that mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm talking about what does it mean to say you want your dark meat to the side, or is it a joke, or is it something that she's saying? Is it subliminal, or you know what I'm saying? I mean, because you got to be able to read that now. If he just like Truth as I Know It said in the chat, why did he marry a woman who's talking about she want her dark meat to the side? And I know that sometimes we could play jokes, but did she really mean that shit?
I think more or less she was trying to say she'll deal with a black man, but just not like really upfront like that. And it came out kind of wrong in my opinion because I ain't never heard too many women that don't like black dudes.
Let me tell you something. The real you show up as an Asian person, and I know that because I've been around a lot of them.
Yeah.
Now, and I've said this time and time again. It don't matter what woman you get, whether she black, white, a foreign woman, wherever she's from. All women have some of the same things going on. All of them may not be the same, but they have some of the same things going on. You know, this comes in where you get to the point where it's like, are you in it for how good I fuck you, or are you in it because you genuinely like who I am? You gotta like me before you even love me. And I think the problem is, his status is what got Jeannie Ma, because Jeannie Ma would have probably been with some rich ass white dude. I ain't gonna lie,
Yeah. But
because this is
she
what
was
they were
married.
taught. This is what they taught.
Yeah, L Cool J was going on. But she was married to a white dude for I think like 10, 12 years, and then they broke up. Then she got with Jeezy. So she had a kid with Jeezy, but I don't even think she had a kid with the other dude. And honestly speaking, somebody said some in the chat she want that mixed baby, but the crazy part about it, I think she generally liked Jeezy, wanted to be with him, but it's just some things that she was doing, and Jeezy didn't like the way she was moving. Cause three Absalom talked about she got, I think Jeezy got three kids. He got a kid with an Ethiopian chick or something he was saying, and to a degree, so like two other black chicks. I think his oldest son is with a black woman too. So, you know, you can't say that, he crossing the lines like that, because he got babies by black chicks.
Now I say this: the Asian community, they hold their women and men to a higher standard.
Yep.
I don't think that high standard should be because of a color, but at the same time, um, I know she probably caught hell from the Asian community marrying him because he has that he's a baby father and he has that many children by different women.
Hmm.
Two is too many for some of the Asian community. Or even just having children at all, and it's just not just with her, and that's how they think.
Yep. So real quick, I want to get back to one of the issues, and this is an issue with black men. And this is actually something I was talking about because I was just live talking about drawing lines in the sand. So here's an issue, and it seems to be, especially from our black men who we hold as those of examples, whether they talk about negative stuff or not, they eventually do get to a point where they're business models and they're business role models, right? And one of the major issues is they initially go around wantonly having all these kids and making babies mothers and not wives, right? And then now he finally settles down with the little Asian girl, has a kid with her, and again leaves her. Now, okay, this is a little different because at least she was a wife. But like you said, Nino, in other communities, especially the Asian community, they ain't having that. And they're not looking up to a guy who's doing that. So we got to take that out of our community, right? Because now he's running around, right? And he's created this, like even 50 Cent running around creating these piss poor examples of fatherhood. And then now he's got this, mulatto kid, and he's treating him like the world, right? And he's showing him, you know, an example of what a father being there is supposed to be like, not just I'm throwing money at my kid, right? And I think even if you look at like the 50 Cent example, that's one of the things there. I didn't want to distract it from the marriage thing, or the divorce thing, but I want to just point that out, right? And we know a lot of our rappers do that. But why did Jeezy divorce her? I don't know.
I think it. K, you alright? I think your phone. I think keep dropping. I think it's your
Yeah, I'm
connection.
good. How you doing,
Okay.
man? Yeah,
What's
keep
going
on
on,
going,
bro?
Alonzo. What's up, Alonzo? What's up, people?
What's up?
What's going on, bro? Did you break up a little bit or something, or is it me?
Nah, I think it broke and it's good now. I think K was having a connection. Then Lonzo just said what's up and dropped. But yeah, even with this situation right here, man, with him having a kid by her, I mean, it ain't no big thing. AG, what's going on, boy, in Jamaica? Blessings, blessings. But overall, man, whatever that man got going on, that's his thing. I ain't judging too much on it. More or less, the kid is gonna get affected more than anything by it, because with the kid, in that situation, that's like the biggest issue with me, because that kid's gonna, have that issue
My
where the
thing is,
mom and dad not on the same page.
I hope that she keep the little girl in the roots of knowing that she is black too, because
Yeah,
usually when you have a biracial child by, if you the man, you the black man, and she's the non-black woman, once y'all break up, she make the child lean more towards the whatever her family is. You get what I'm saying? And
yeah,
then, his daughter being mixed like that, she may turn around and just, go strictly just Asian,
yeah,
and find an Asian man when she and that's your choice if you do, but you get what I'm saying.
yeah. AG, yeah, what's going on? Talking about Lil Gardner earlier and stuff, talking about this, but we was talking about this conversation right here. Yeah, I do a little gardening and stuff. I'll be over there on Miss T with the T channel, and a lot of other channels, Broke Farmer, all them. But we hitting this topic right here. But yeah, but even with the situation with Jeezy, he got money, he gonna be okay. And I don't like even like focusing in on these conversations, because overall you got people looking at this as something, but it's really nothing, because these celebrities live a different life than us. And so a lot of people try to attach the celebrity culture or the celebrity vibe or situation with our lives. Our lives are nothing like them. They got money. Jeezy okay, his daughter's gonna be okay. She ain't gonna want for too much, and she's still gonna have her father in her life, because overall with them, it's gonna be already a shame for her not even trying to let the kid see the father. So that's gonna be a culture thing right there, which is gonna be an issue. So not even worrying about that situation. Like I say, it is more or less, I dib and dab and talk about it, but it is more or less a thing to where I ain't even looking at that, because Jeezy in his situation, I don't see him losing anything. They say he had a prenup. He filing for divorce, and what Absalom was saying, that a lot of guys say that women mostly file divorce more than men, and it comes
Yeah, I
down
was
to it.
gonna say that.
Yeah, a lot of times when the men file for divorce, it's time that they can't take it. I know a lot of guys that stuck around in marriages with kids, because they wanted to just be there for their kids. And like I said, financially, it's smart, and you're gonna have to put up with some things, but it's smart, because being separated, you're gonna pay child support, and you still gonna have to pay outside of child support. I hear the comedians joke and talk about it, like, man, um, I fooled around and divorced your mama, and I had to pay child support, so I didn't do nothing for the child. It hurts the child most of the time, and a lot of time we don't have that conversation like that. But hey,
But you know what though, Sheed, I think that this situation is not uh a situation where people are really having something just to talk about. I guess they were just, some people were in shock because oh, they look like a cute couple. They look like they'll really make it. Everything is good. He don't have a problem because she's an Asian woman. For some people, it's like, hey man, we told you that, a woman is a woman. Doesn't matter who she is. You're gonna go through problems. You're gonna go through issues. But then again, there are some people that are in it for the shit, the bullshit. They're like, okay, yeah. I told him, they was looking to see that fail. I mean, I don't look for nobody marriage to fail, but unfortunately, these are things that happen.
I wonder.
I have to agree with the brother. What he just said. It just he just said something that's so key. I was just about to say that a woman is a woman, no matter where you go. You can talk all the trash about black women or women of color, and you go to Asia. Trust me, they got their own problems as well. A woman is a woman. They all designed and made that way. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have some good women. You're gonna have some bad women. That's just the way it is. But like you said, I don't pray for anybody's marriage to fall apart. For him to go file a divorce, it shows that he's dealing with something significant in that house. She's putting him through hell. For a man to actually go file a divorce, it's rare. Men go file divorce. It's rare.
Let me tell you something, man. An Asian woman would get on your motherfucking nerves.
I'm telling you. Look, you don't even have to marry one. Just go to the local corner store right here in Baltimore, and you see the Asian woman at the register. How annoying she is and how disrespectful she is. They are so disrespectful. Like sometimes I
Asian
go into
women, African women, they can be very aggressive. Jamaican women can be very
yeah,
aggressive.
women are women. That's just the way it is.
They
My
went on
mom,
it.
my mom
I'm
got
gonna be barefoot shit no more and pregnant and I'm gonna be submissive. Not even white women no more. They ain't doing this shit like you think they are.
oh gosh. Man, it is what it is, and I see people doing content on it and try to compare their lifestyle to our lifestyle. Like we telling you guys not to get married, but these folks are celebrities. They got money. You know what I'm saying? They live a different lifestyle than we do. So you can't really compare their lifestyle to our lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing that I really don't like when people online try to compare uh marriages. Everybody lives in a different class. You know what I'm saying?
Now I like what Alonzo said earlier when he said that how all of a sudden when we become a certain status in life, we got other kids, but we're showing how now you want to be that father. But then again, being in this space for a while, I've seen where brothers say, you know what, shit, she didn't let me see my child. But even it's up to you too to get out there and do the paperwork to go see your child. There should not be a reason to where you don't fight harder to see your child. I've had homies that want to hang out with me. I don't have no children. I've been married. But I say, man, go get your child situation taken care of. I don't hang out with dudes that got child support problems. Because I can't, and I'm not judging, but that's just how I roll. Because I might want to say, hey, bro, let's go overseas, let's go hang out, let's, take care of your children first.
That's it. You can go get a lawyer. A friend of mine did that. Got himself a lawyer quick and filed a motion, a quick hearing at the courthouse, and she had to show up. So you can do a lot, brothers. Because you trying to see your kid and she's keeping you away from seeing your kid. Go get a lawyer quick, ASAP. You have the right to.
Or learn the law. Learn the law, and go to the public library. Go to some of the law libraries on the campus. Talk to some of the students that are going to be family attorneys. Family court lawyers. They trust me. They looking to do work for people just for nothing.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's an assignment.
There's a lot of pro bono services out there for people who need services for free. So they are out there. You just have to find them.
You guys just gave me a pretty good idea. But besides that, Kwafi, how long have you had that? I guess that line in the sand drawn. And if you wouldn't mind, I want to use that and challenge other brothers to that too.
Oh man, I mean, of course, not to brag, but of course, I am an educated brother. and I didn't tell anyone, but I am working on getting my PhD now. So that's important.
Right.
The resources are out there, and that's why I'm working on something right now called the Manosphere facelift. We need a facelift. I ain't gonna say we, but even us that are in the algorithms of the Black Manosphere, because these services need to be, reported out there. Not to shit on other people, but you even got people like Lead Attorney. He could be
Yeah.
giving this kind of information out. He's not giving it out. A lot of
Well,
brothers who have the upper hand in big channels, they're not giving this information out. They're only talking about one aspect of issues, and most of it is dating, going across seas. Austin Holloman has even changed his tune on a lot of different things. About going. Women are the same. Period. Point blank. But what are you going to do to better yourself? Learn the law. Look up. Go places where services are available to you. Being ignorant and dumb to certain things is just not the lick today. Because the information is out there.
that, that's not their philosophy is not to help anybody online. Their philosophy is never to help anybody online. It's about the dollars, which is
Yeah.
cool. So that's why I tell people all the time: stop focusing on people on YouTube in your community. Like, I don't live in Baltimore anymore, but I still have friends there, and there are people actually that are not on YouTube that do a lot of community work. If it's helping juveniles who are recently detained, helping mothers and children, helping the homeless, you got people out there actually boots on the ground who do not have a large following. If every man pick a zip code and you put a service in there, right? Or your nonprofit, whatever you want to do, you put your service in there. That's how you help the community. You don't do it on YouTube, because YouTube you can get a large following, but if you really want to help, you pick a certain zip code that has a lot of issues, especially those hot zones, and you put services there. That's the only way it's going to work.
Bro, that is a great point. And
Yeah.
even me, I belong to many different organizations that help Black men and Black boys out. Just say I try to be available, even if I know that the program that's claimed that the motto is to help Black men, Black boys, the upper board members are not doing what they need to do, because half of these organizations, they take the money that are grants, and pitch a good title to get the money, but they're not really helping people like they say they are. They only want you to come to the meetings and different things when it's time to get new funding. And I've seen it, nonprofit organizations and everything. And now those are the people that I will be tackling and putting them on blast.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
I agree with that. I'm sorry, Chief. I agree with what you said. There's some groups out there that don't help anybody, and the thing is, the groups that are, you will see it. They have an annual report, they have meetings, they have transparency. You will have no problems, and those are the ones you donate to. Those are the ones you attend their meetings. But the ones that are not stepping up to the plate, like we have this company from Boston, a nonprofit from Boston who set up in Baltimore. They make about $10 million a year or more from Baltimore, but they don't provide any services. Guess what? Brothers in the neighborhood, they're holding them accountable. Like, you guys are from Boston, you come here to help people from Baltimore, and you guys are not doing any. Guys are not putting any services in. So sometimes those nonprofits, you ignore them and you focus.
Yeah, and you know what? The services don't always have to be where they're taking their actual money to do it. Because I'm gonna tell you, when you're a big group, you will always have people that would donate things. The tangible sometimes is just the things that people need. If you got people donating their time, such as even barbers who give free haircuts, companies that just give you free backpacks, free school supplies.
Exactly.
Don't
it's not even about money all the time.
Out there, give it to the people. Don't hold on to it.
Yeah, it's not even about the cash. It's about the items. Because sometimes I will purchase these items myself, and I'll put them all together, and I'll just give it out. I'll take it to the shelters and just give it out. You know, so they cannot they cannot spend that. But if you give cash, sometimes they might not use that cash.
And
You
let
know?
me say one last, well, I ain't gonna say
Sure.
last thing. I'm gonna stay up here, obviously, because I like all of us up here. Um, I have an issue too with, well, I ain't gonna say I have an issue. I just say this is why so many people, because I didn't understand it first. I was like, damn, everybody's saying no reparations. I'm for the reparations, but there should be some training when it comes to the Black community. The reason why I say there should be some training, because the money that people get, they're not doing the right thing. I think it should be a law put in place that every Black person, so they won't ever be homeless again, buy land. That way they could never sell it. I don't give a fuck if you ain't got nothing on that land. That's your land. You know what I'm saying? You know, where
I
you
agree
won't
and
be
disagree
homeless.
with that because of the way the country is set up.
Okay.
I think, hey, we should, if we're gonna get the reparations, give us to it, and then let the chips fall where they may. Some are gonna float, some aren't. We're gonna just have to deal with those who are productive and those who aren't. We have to get rid of this save the world complex.
Yeah, well, I won't. I get where you coming from, Alonzo. I get it, bro. Let me change that up a little bit. Now, we talking about the organizations that are problematic, that don't do what they need to do when they get grant money. I think it
Understood.
happens all the time, even if it's just a Black person who was struggling to pay their rent last week, and when they got the damn taxes, they didn't pay the full light bill, and the light is cut off. Okay, you got people that are just that way, that's just not going to pay their bills, and I just think that it all boils down economically. And you talk about financial wealth as well. We won't be able to do that if we don't put into ourselves, and also make sure that everybody is living a good quality of life. But even we should put money into services for people who have mental health issues who can't provide that. You need people that
So,
that are caretakers, that what you call those people that govern other people
health
money.
aides.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, partially. So we both agree with each other, and I think if there could be an amalgamation of both of our ideas, that would be wonderful, right? Because we both partially agree with each other. But one of the things in your idea that is charged with is that charges people like me to actually do our job, right? And that means that we have to educate our community. Now, when we go out to educate our community also has to be receptive to the education. But partially, what I mean is, um, in order for people to really know what to do with their money, they have to be shown how to do whatever they're doing with their money, right? So you got to teach people to pay their bills, or they're just going to stimulate the economy. So it takes people like me to go out there, and I don't just mean me, but yes, I got to go do my job, and people who are licensed like me got to go do our job and educate y'all on what we know, right? Because there's levels to what I do, right? Like so I'll give you an example. There's a meme that a bunch of people who are self-employed put out, and they'll be like, oh, my $500 client. Oh, look, when I give you this $500, I need you to hold my hand and walk me through it and da 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 and safeguard me and make sure that this investment is exactly what you say it is. Meanwhile, my $50,000 client, checks in the mail, right? I've had literally those situations. I have a client who put $70,000 a year in a life insurance policy, right? So I've also got clients who put $70 a month in a life insurance policy. And the difference is, yes, that person who puts the $70 a month is more needy. But why is that? Because it took a whole lot more for that $500 client to get that $500 than it did that $50,000 client to get that $50,000. Is that clear for everyone?
Yeah, it's clear, but I'll say this because
Yeah.
of who you are, because of who you are, what no matter what the amount of money is, it's your integrity. And it's also your brand that still speak volumes. You know, I tell people if you're not gonna do the same as what you would do with someone who's paying you $500 versus somebody who paying you 1 million, don't do it at all. Don't do the job, you know, because some people rather
Right.
mess up relationships, you know, business relationships for that money, you know, for greed, you know,
Anybody know this person in the
it's just
back?
like what you say, she.
Okay. Nah,
Go ahead, bro.
somebody was in the back. I was asking, did anybody know that person in the back? Because I was gonna let them
Okay,
up,
let me see who's in the back. Hold on.
but I haven't seen them before.
Uh, I can't even see in the back because I'm on my phone. I'm normally on the computer. But what's the name?
Yeah, my bad. I gave
I'm
it to
on
him.
my phone too.
What's the person name,
Simon.
she?
Simon.
Who?
That's cool.
Oh,
Don't worry
Simon.
about it. Yeah.
Oh no,
Simon
Simon,
who?
cool.
Yeah. That's why I was on my
Simon,
phone,
show
so I wasn't
yourself
really.
right quick, bro.
Nah, he
Okay, yeah.
good. He said he had to go. Yeah.
I
I
know who
couldn't.
No,
Simon
that
is.
that was Kay who said he had to go.
Oh, okay.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
it's you can see who in the back?
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
That's so brother. He be around. As long as
Yeah,
you
I
ain't
seen him
drunk, bro,
before.
you cool.
Yeah.
Who is it though? What's his name?
Simon.
Oh, Simon. Is it the Simon Hectic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Yes,
seen.
Simon cool, but you know, you got to make sure Simon don't get off the subject because you know, Simon, we had some episodes, but you know, he cool.
Yeah. I'm back.
Yeah. So yeah, Alonzo, I get where you coming from, bro. You know.
But
Um
so it's our responsibility, and not enough of us take that responsibility. And I understand why, but again, that's why that meme is out there. But again, like I said, it takes so much more for the $500 person to earn that $500 to be able to be expendable, that that's why it's so valuable to them versus the guy who gives up 50 grand. It's just Tuesday, so yeah, I get it, but unfortunately our community keeps starting from zero, right? Like I don't want to take the subject too left, but you know uh, our brother like Eugene Mitchell tried the $50 billion initiative to infuse $50 billion into the black community, stuff like that. But I'll pause. Go ahead, man. What's up, Simon?
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear
Chilling,
me?
chilling. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's up? Alonzo, Narratives and Dialogues. Sheed we here. Yeah, thank you for having me up, man. I appreciate you. There's not many spaces where we can have a real conversation. So, I mean, the thing about it is, you know, um, I'm deeply passionate about this stuff, more than most people know or want to acknowledge. And the thing is I think we've had this conversation ongoing about how the black community is broken. I don't really think the black community is broken at all. The thing is we just need to learn how to communicate. I said this to my ex-wife. The most the thing the thing that's going to keep us apart is not communicating. We do this with our children. Like we should be educating our community in the same sense. And I do that in
Yes.
my job. Like you need to understand that just because someone comes up and they present themselves in a certain type of way, they can have their own agenda, right? So when I came up on YouTube, I purposefully understood that if I come up on YouTube and I act a fool, people are going to pay attention. I purposefully done that, and people paid attention. Like the other thing they did was put me in a category. So they would go, okay, he's this based on this character. In my real life, I'm nothing of the sort. But it proved to me my strategy was clear. And my brother told me this. He was like, yo, I know you in real life. I see what you be doing on YouTube, and it looked kind of crazy, but it worked. Do you get what I'm saying? Who else in the world does not do that? Every time you see a character, whether it be on TV, whether it be a radio personality, whether it be a podcast member, come up in some sort of way with some sort of controversy. Now, you need to get the attention of the people. Firstly, what's your intentions? That's secondary. My intentions are real because I work in this situation. I spent the last 10, 20 years working with people with special educational needs, working in schools and colleges, dealing with real people, parents, and their children. Women that have walked up to me and said, yo, I gotta get an IVF. And I spent 2 years doing this. You get what I'm saying? Trying to have children. When we're having conversations over here about the best intentions of women who may be fertile or not, the real world is not what we are talking about a lot of the time on these YouTube streets. And, I find that kind of highly interesting. So that's why I try to rock with people that have some sort of level of form of intelligence. Because at the end of the day, that's what it's going to boil down to. I literally just got off a live stream the other couple of minutes ago. We was having a real good conversation. We unlocked, shout out. Yo, go and check out that, brother. I don't mean to promote people, but I'm just saying, like, I'm interested in the black community. Sorry. I'm interested in the black community progressing. That's the only way we're going to get through this, man. Because even me, like, being a black dude on the other side of the pond in London, I get on YouTube, I see people in Philly like dozing out in these streets, dozing out. You got whole people filming this stuff. Like, we got access to like all the visuals. Police crime, white crime, black crime, Chinese crime. Why are we all catering to all this sort of stuff when we could be having a positive conversation and say, yo, let's get together and do something? Because we have these people out here. And I've said on multiple occasions, yo, bro, just get in touch and let's see what we can do. Because I got that sort of thing going on in my real life. You get what I'm saying? But we don't want to connect like that right now.
But the biggest thing though, financially, a lot of people not good, and that's the struggle. Everybody's waiting on some type of handout, help, guidance, or just a push. And like that's the main thing why I try to focus on. I'm like beating this with a nail. Focus on your finance. I was talking to my oldest son and I told him, he was thinking about going into the military. I said, do that. Focus on having a career versus having a job. I said, technically in my field with driving, it's a career. I can quit my job today and I guarantee you by tomorrow or the next day, I would have a job. Because for one, drivers are sought after. Two, within the demand, and then with me being a good driver and having a good, record behind me and dedication, like one of my jobs, I actually quit that job to start my business that I did once before. I literally was at that job. What was it? I want was it 13 years straight. And prior to that, I worked 3 years there over the summer. So total of 16 years I dealt with that job while in high school. And eventually finna get ready to go to college, but the money I was
She real
making
quick,
there,
Coffee in the back.
okay, my bad. Ain't gonna need no. But the money I was actually making there was so good to the point where I was like, man, I just go ahead and continue this and go ahead and make my career driving or doing deliveries or however I want to do because it's paying well. A lot of people don't have a situation to where they putting themselves financially stable because even with credit cards, I talk about this all the time. A lot of people get the credit cards, they overspend. A lot of times people don't have a budget. The main thing is having a budget. Set you aside from being a person that's paying living paycheck to paycheck, or the person that's actually taking the initiative to say, man, I want better for my life. I want better for my kids. Me and Alonzo talk about this with the life insurance. A lot of people don't have life insurance. If and I always say this within the community, if you're the breadwinner of the family and you literally say that, man, I'm the breadwinner, I take care of all the bills and everything. My wife ain't got to do nothing. If you die, who's gonna take care of your wife and kids? See, nobody thinks about that until that time comes. So that's why I'm like having this conversation about finance, having this conversation about life insurance, having every conversation, but nobody don't have those conversations until it gets too late.
You're right. You're
You know
right.
what, man?
Yo,
That is so true, she and Simon. Thank you for showing me your nice blazer with the red buttons on it. I know you did it because I was here. Thank you.
That's
Oh,
yeah,
that's
that's
yeah.
me. That's
Alonzo.
what I mean.
I
Oh,
got
that's
some cup links.
Alonzo.
I got some cup links for you. I'll send that shit over.
Hey, Bashir, you always make sense, bro. You and
Yeah.
Alonzo both when it comes to this sort of thing, and y'all been saying it for a long time. And I don't know if these people are getting it or not, but for those who want to take the information, I think that um, it's good information. It's there. They can never say you didn't give it to them. And in this space, we need to be realistic about our careers and our degrees, our jobs versus careers. Even me, I am a career man, but I still take other jobs. I drive rideshare, and I don't have to, but I do it because it's extra income and it gives me a chance to talk to real people. I could be talking to a homeless person on the streets, and I can also be on TV tomorrow. So I just look at um, people. People, I meet people where they are. That's what it is. Meet people where they are.
I think you're right, brother. The thing is like, you know, I'm so passionate about it. Sorry, I had to compose myself for a second. I'm just saying. Because, I feel a certain type of way. Do you get what I'm saying? And I have people emailing me and like Instagramming me and telling me they feel a certain type of way about the way I speak sometimes. But the fact of the matter is I want to see this before I go. you know I think that's the thing that's really deep within us. Like I'd like to see this before I go. I'd like to see the black community actually step up. I'd like to see us cooperate. I'd like to see that we can actually have a real
But
decent
hold up, whether
conversation.
whether they're in the
That
UK
exists
or
now.
America, right? But whether they're in the UK or America, right?
We have this conversation about where you
Answer the
are.
question, Simon.
I'm I'm
Answer the
I'm
question.
I'm answering it. We have
Okay.
this conversation like we're separated. We are not. We're not separated. And this is the thing. Yo, that picture, you look like my big brother, bro. Like we're not separated. And that's the first step. Do you get what I'm saying? The evil that's been put in your brain is that we're separated. We are not separated as people. I could come over to the US tomorrow and you could come over to the UK tomorrow. How does that separate us? The thing
Oh, no, no,
about
no. I wasn't saying in general that I don't ever think that we're separated because you're talking to a man that is Nigerian and Dominican mixed. So I stand with black
yeah,
people in
so
general. It doesn't matter. But reason why I say that, Simon, because you do know there are a few clowns that are in the UK that don't speak good like you. That says, oh no, those black people over there should be grateful. They shouldn't get reparations. You see that a whole bunch where you see it online on YouTube and you hear it. They don't understand.
you're correct, brother. And the
Yeah.
thing is the fact of the matter is I am here, and that's why I appreciate when I get on panels with real brothers, because I am here. I went through the bullshit. There is so much bullshit I can speak about, but I'm not about to talk about that. what I'm about to talk about is what we're about to do. And that scares the shit out of a lot of people. Now, what we're about to do is we're about to build up the black race back to the point that it's supposed to be at, so that we're comfortable. And I think that's the only thing the black race is shouting out and talking about. They just want to be comfortable. We're not trying to come up and go, oh, we want to be this and be that. Although, like, we're stylistic, we have flavor, we have, all the creative knowledge in the world. We're not about to just put that on people. And this is the beautiful thing about the black race. We're special as fuck. We control this shit. The fact is, they want to keep us down because they know at the end of the day, if we actually was in a position of power, the game's going to change internationally. And when people start talking a bit about international, I don't speak in the same word or breath that they speak about in terms of international. We have countries out here that are totally trying to polarize black people. We are fortunate enough to have this conversation.
I think that's part of the problem is that we are seen as a monolith where we go, because I don't think that's exactly true. I'll give you an example. My wife went to Italy and in with a group of friends, and whilst they were there, they treated my wife differently because they thought she was French, not American. And so things like acceptance into the Gucci store was allowed to her, but then denied to her when she was with a group of her friends. Now, maybe what she wore looked a little more classier. That's why they let her in the Gucci store. But outside as well, they treated her and asked her if she was, because she spoke fluent Italian, they thought she was French visiting, not American. Um, and so I was going to actually ask you earlier, um, Simon, how is it being black from the UK, and how do you view, um, not personally, but for the most part, how do British blacks or European blacks, if I'm making the correct distinction, um, view American blacks? Because I've not met many um, blacks from the UK.
Okay, yo, brother, I'll tell you. Just before I get into your answer, I'll tell you something about Italians because I had a child with one. Okay, so I spent quite a lot of time in Italy, based on the fact that I have a daughter who's half Italian, half black. Based on the fact that I'm black and her mother is Italian. Okay, when I first went to Italy, I would stand on the opposite side of the road and they would be fascinated at the fact that I was a black person that actually had something because they don't see it like that. When you go to Italy, it depends what part of Italy. You talk about North Italy, East Italy, South Italy, West Italy. There's different parts of Italy, like it is in the US. Okay, you go to Arizona, you go to New York. It's a complete different fucking perspective. Okay, so when I
Understood.
when I went to Italy for the first time, like my ex, like her father was a ex pastor, right? He owned a hotel. He was in deep in the Italian culture in terms of the fact that they knew who he was. He had a situation, and everything was cushy cushy. In comes this black nigga, like, yo, I've got a child with his daughter. Like, he's an ex fucking pastor. He's like, wow. You get what I'm saying? It's like, and she's like, yo, I'm trying to be rebellious here. And I'm like, God damn, like, I didn't even know I was getting into this situation. I just thought we was cool because she came over to London to study and be, get her PhD. That's what she came over to London for. But she brought over a black mixed race daughter back to Italy, right? Now I'm stood in the street. I'm standing there. I'm like, God damn, what's going on over here? This woman looked at me and stood there for about 15 minutes. And I stood there and I actually was looking at my clock. I was like, God damn. And she was like, yo, we don't see black people like you over here. And I didn't get it.
Okay, so what kind of black people did they see over there?
They see black people from Africa. So the demographic is what happens is, and I sort of felt a kind of way about it, because every time you go to like the city in an Italian province, you get black people trying to sell you some shit. And they're black, like dark black. Like they're like, you know, they're trying to sell you some shit. And they act in a certain type of way, not like us. They don't talk like this. They're like, do you want to buy? 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 You know, they're like that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a different
They're
type
like
of
the
black.
Chinese people on Canal Street.
Yo, yo, it's a different type of thing. So that's what their experience of black people are. So we need to understand this sort of shit. It's like when you go to China and you turn around and go, yo, for me, like Friday the 13th is like something like Halloween. It's just like, yo, is a dark day. But if you go to China and you say that shit, they're gonna take it in a different type of fucking way. So unless you have global province, you don't really understand the way of the world. But the thing is we need to enlighten ourselves so that we understand what the hell's going on, because that's the whole preeminence of black superiority. This is what went on before, which is not being caught out right now. We're being told even the word, yo, supremacy is bad. When we connect white to that is bad. You don't get black and that. You don't get it. But it existed. And this is the problem in our mentality and the way we've been brought up, education system, everything that we're teaching our kids. We need to be very careful of the words we speak. Get to know the words we speak, because we are better than that. And we damn well know within our whole system, the whole reason why, yo, I appreciate you for making me speak this long, but goddamn, yo, the whole reason why we have this frustration within our system, you know, when it hurts you, when someone says some shit and it just like, it's like, it's because we know deep down within, subconsciously, it's like, you know, have you ever been afraid of a spider? There's a saying. There's a saying about a spider, about the fact that humans never got on with spiders. So when you're afraid of something, when you feel something, there's a reason for it. Spiders can kill you. Not every spider, but you know, you get that bite of that dark widow, it's gonna pinch you, and you're gonna see the results in a couple of days. That's why we
And it's
stay the
gonna
fuck
scar
away
you for
from it.
life. It's gonna
Yeah,
scar you for life too. Yeah.
that's why we stay the fuck away from it. So we need to understand what to stay the fuck away from and what to stay in touch with. Thank you.
All right, cool. So I definitely I always wondered that, because perspective is a thing. And like I say very often, most Americans, we might as well be North Koreans.
Retired Gardner,
And
what's going on? I'm just shouting out the people
No,
retired
no,
no,
Gardner.
no.
no, no, no,
But go
no.
ahead.
In
Wait.
terms of what we know about the world, Simon, yes.
North Koreans.
We don't know shit about the world except for what's going on in USA.
Yo,
What other country does that sound like?
you can't compare yourself to North Koreans. Give me a break. The rest
The
of the
majority
world,
of us?
Alonzo, I may not be you. I guarantee you, about 20 niggas in the UK are looking up to you right now. They're not looking up to UK Kwa like this nigga who wants to try and blow up the fucking world and shake hands with Putin. No, that's not happening. No, they want to
So let me
aspire. They
ask you a
want.
question, Simon. Let me ask you a quick question. So you being an attorney, how do they look at you out there in the UK as a black attorney?
They don't like my black ass. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, if you're an attorney in the US, they're gonna be like questioning you.
Yeah,
That's what
everybody's gonna
people
hate an
do.
attorney or love them. If
Yeah,
you're,
like
it depends
yo,
on what you practice.
I could rock like this is why I come on YouTube. I always got the same t-shirt. I got about 20 of them. I got the same fucking t-shirt. Like Mark fucking Zuckerberg. I got the same fucking car. I ain't fucking changing shit for no one. I don't give a fuck. You get what I'm saying? It's like because no one knows shit. Like really. And I'm not being discriminatory in no sort of way, but I like to rock with people who know something at least. Because when I come to represent them, look, I got like 10 court cases lined up. I gotta do that shit. So like when I'm on YouTube, I'm like, I'm just listening. I get a lot out of people's conversations because the thing is, it's like, that's real life for a lot of people. And even if it's not real life, I can gain something from that, and it makes me like wake up in the morning and go, okay, that might be a scenario for someone in real. Do you get what I'm saying? Like in a court case or something. So that's why I come on YouTube a lot of the time because it's like people's perspective is always important, and especially like in the paradigm that we're in, like in terms of we have a collective, whether you like it or not. We're in a manosphere, and I don't even know what that means. But at the same time, do you get what I'm saying? Like the same people pop up. We have conversations about stuff. We go back and forth, and it allows me to understand and zone in terms of if someone wanted to hit me up and go, "Yo, I got this case," I'm like, okay. You get what I'm saying? Like pro bono, I might do something, but apart from that, I don't know what's going on.
But you know what? Though I look at it this way, Simon. Me too, being a professional man myself, uh, I'm able to blend in anywhere I go. You know, also say that there's a different audience online versus people in real life, and you know this. But I take from both, and learn something from them because I'm like, people on the internet are just saying things just to say things sometimes versus what you really know in the real world and how it works being an attorney. And me also, studying now for my PhD to be a crime scene investigator and reporter.
Hey,
You know,
what's up? Uh,
hey, how are
I
you?
I, I
What's up,
don't.
young man?
hi,
What's up? What's up?
what's up? So basically, I'm from UK too, but the only difference is I'm British raised Pakistani. But the thing is, I'm actually what you call it. I got a multicultural background. So by the time when I was growing up, though, I was exposed to different culture everywhere. So
Can I?
I don't see color. I don't see color or anything. I just pretty much see people as people.
Yeah. Can I ask you a quick question before you
Sure.
proceed? Were
Okay.
you in an arranged marriage?
No, that's a choice. I can choose to be arranged marriage if I want. There's other ways as well. Another way of marrying is basically I can go on a supervised date. So it's like a halal date, like supervised date. So it's basically a form of dating, but instead you and the party meet. Your family or whoever they sit in one table. You and the girl sit at one table, but you don't touch each other, no physical contact. You just talk to one another and get to know one another. That's another way of marrying.
That's
So
wild.
basically, you're chaperone. You're
That's
Yep,
chaperone.
wild.
yep, yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
chaperone. Okay, I understand chaperone. I mean,
You see,
Jehovah Witnesses does it. Seven Day Adventist does it. And you have some people that have those same ideologies in America as they
Yeah,
will in other places.
Some of the
yeah, that's a better
Muslim
way. But
countries
the
do
other
it too.
way as well is
can I
basically going
can I
to the father's home and you and the girl can talk there. That's a more respectable way.
would you prefer if it was unchaperoned?
Um, I mean, you can agree if you can agree like that. Basically, you know, when you're both agreeing, like chaperone and stuff like that, you can both agree. So if you and the girl wanna talk, just you talk to you both your parents agree. Okay, if you two wanna be alone, they can be alone. Them two can go out, but then also at the same time, it's like supervision from afar.
Well,
Because the reason for the supervision is because it's for the protection of both parties and stuff like that, and it's to keep it's like basically to keep an eye and observe, because nowadays you don't know, what people are like nowadays, right?
what
Yeah.
are they like?
Yep.
What are they like?
Shout out to Wellness with Frugal Mama, but go ahead.
What are people like?
No, nowadays, like some people are crazy nowadays, so that's why sometimes
You
though,
think
like
people are
when it's
crazy?
supervised though, no, but also I'm saying is nowadays though, you know why it's better to, why supervise? So then basically both your families can actually see how you get along basically. It's
Madame,
like a
how old are you, Madame?
21. I'm not a girl, I'm a guy. I have a very soft spoken
You're a
voice.
guy. You're a guy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, young
Oh,
Riaz.
okay.
He
My
has
bad.
a
'Cause
soft voice.
look, I was
Oh,
about to
y'all.
say,
Oh, so
look,
y'all.
hold
Okay,
up,
y'all
y'all,
was.
hold up. I was about to say, I'm glad that a woman is up here because we wanted to. We were earlier talking about, how some men in America think that dating women in other places um, is any different. It's
She's not a
different from
guy.
other.
She's a man. She just
I
said,
know. No,
all right.
she's not a man. I mean,
That's a
he's
man, like
he's
young
a man.
Riaz.
Yeah, he's a
Like
man. But what I was saying was I was about to say ma'am at first too until he corrected that, and no disrespect. So what we were talking about up here was the Jeannie Ma situation, but the initial topic was about gardening and resources, and career. But since we did talk about the Jeannie Ma and Jeezy situation, are you familiar about who Jeannie Ma and Jeezy is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with who Jeezy is, and I've heard about the situation. I've seen it basically like that. Basically, I heard they're divorcing and stuff like that. That's all I know. Basically, I've seen it, but I'm not too into it.
Okay, now what we were saying, what we were talking about earlier was that most men in America who feel that they can't get along with the black woman in America, they will go to other countries and think, that they're going to get a more submissive wife or a candidate for a wife. And then
Um,
others, do, do
I
do you
mean,
do you
in
think?
some way, it's totally up to them. In some way, it's basically based on experience. So if you're
No, no, no,
experienced,
no, no, no. You hear me out. You got to hear the whole thing first. What
oh,
I'm
sorry,
saying
my
is,
mistake.
is it any different as in, because believe it or not, I mean, we're not living in ancient times. Women are all over the internet. They're listening in to our conversations. Now, it is in some women makeup and life of who they are to be submissive, but they could be submissive, but they can also do the same thing as the women are doing over in America. Do you believe that uh, the same divorce issues that they have in America, they have out that way as well?
Yeah, it is actually. Yes, it's pretty much everywhere. Everywhere is the same. It's not just in one area and stuff. It's just the way the girl is raised. So it's basically based on where you're raised from and where your culture is. So if the culture you're from and where you're raised, they teach you certain things and like that. So it's basically they can be like that, but it's also based on experience and how they're raised.
Can I ask
I
what
agree.
country you're from?
I'm from UK as well.
shout out
Oh,
to
you're
Bayou
from the
too.
UK as well. Okay. But what's your ethnicity?
British raised Pakistani.
British Pakistani. Okay.
And that
So that's why. Um,
that's kind of unique over here. I'm just saying. Like,
yeah. Uh, I don't think that's unique in most parts of the Western world today, uh, especially since the events of 20 plus years ago.
I'm telling you,
Pe-
it's unique. I'm telling you, it's like
I'm
for
born and raised.
a guy to be having that sort of voice and
oh, for
like,
that voice. No, I was talking about the ethnicity.
Simon, you crazy as hell, man. And
No,
we're not
no,
laughing at
no,
you.
no, I'm
We're
being
not
real.
laughing
Like,
at him, but I'm just saying it
no,
was
I'm
funny the
saying,
way you said it at first, because
I'm just saying, I'm telling you,
I thought you was talking about the
I'm with
ethnicity,
you.
bro.
Hey,
It don't matter about the
Simon. We
ethnicity. That's
gotta respect. We
yo,
gotta respect the panel now. Hey,
yeah, and I got some
y'all gotta
questions,
cut it.
but yeah.
If
So
Hold on, because I was
I'm
actually
gonna slow
going
it down.
somewhere with this.
I'm gonna slow it down.
slow it
So,
down,
my
you
bad,
know.
she.
and your name, sir, is Young Riz,
Yep.
and are you Islamic?
Yes. Good.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi.
Wa
So,
alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
not a problem. Thank you, brother. I'm not actually practicing, but I do show respect. I did
All
take a
right, no
shahada,
problem.
however.
No
Sorry?
problem.
Yeah.
No problem. I got you.
But, so I want to ask, I guess, have you been to Pakistan or only in UK?
No, I've been to Pakistan basically, like for like a vacation or holidays and stuff like that. I've been to Pakistan. Being born there, no. I'm actually born in UK though, but I lived in Saudi for a period.
Okay, you lived in Saudi for a period. Now, with that being said, right, outside of the fact that, okay, we're saying women are generally the same, there are some slight differences. But let me ask you this: outside of the women, let me ask you about the men. For example, in Saudi Arabia, uh, would the men be okay with men from other countries coming
Yeah,
in large amounts to take and marry their women, or would there be some sort of fight back from that?
no, I think it's all right, no problem. No, for me, my experience is different for everyone else. Basically, for me, since
Oh,
I'm British, no. Basically, I lived in Saudi, so for me, I'm British and I'm also Pakistani. So if you say to a Saudi, you're British or American, they'll just instantly love you so much. Because think about it this way: because you're like considered a king, or considered like a king or queen and stuff if you're from America or you're from the UK anyway, because that's what they
facts.
is.
That's
Trust me
Oh
though.
wow.
fact.
Just trust me though. Trust me though. If you go to Saudi and stuff like that, don't matter what ethnicity you're. No matter what part of, you know what, you go to Saudi as a British person. Doesn't matter what ethnicity. Just say you're British. Forget the rest of the ethnicity bit for a bit. Just say you're British. They don't care.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Yeah.
wonderful, bro. Mhm.
yeah. Get
Yeah.
with
So
it. Get
yeah.
with it.
But trust me though.
Good.
Like you guys being Americans, though, that'd be actually a benefit to you in Saudi.
So, let me say something real quick. I know you got to read whatever the person is saying here. So uh, they really hold American people to a higher standard, is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
they do because Americans help them get their independence.
So let me ask you one other question. So does this mean that does this explain why so many people who are foreigners, who are different from Americans, that say you guys should be happy because of the opportunities that you have in America versus other places?
Right.
Mm, I mean, that's a
That's
tricky
why
question.
I keep telling you this. Like the people in the UK and in other Western civilized countries, colonies, whatever you want to call it, look up to the US. They do. So it's on you. Every time I come across a brother, like every
Yes,
time I speak to somebody, it's like you don't when I get on these panels and I see you guys conversating and arguing with each other, I get real confused because the fact of the
Wait
matter
a
is
minute, hold up, Simon. Don't say you guys, because I don't argue with nobody.
yeah.
all
No,
right.
no, no. I'm not talking personally. I'm just
Oh, okay,
saying in
okay,
general.
okay.
I'm just saying in general. When we see this happen, it looks very confusing because we look toward you. Like
Yeah,
we're
that's
you
true.
know,
Trust
if
me,
you
anything
it,
pop. Sorry to
oh,
cut. I'm just saying.
if you look, I've been to many countries, okay, and every time I go to a country, what I'm gonna look to do, I'm gonna switch the TV screen on. Okay, I want to see what's going on. I want to see what the news is talking about. I want to see what their culture's like. Boom, boom. Okay, now if I don't hear English language, I'm confused. I'm like, oh, I don't even know what's going on. And most of the time, it's kind of boring. It don't relate to the global perspective of the world. You guys are the leaders. You guys are the ones that we look up to. And you need to get your head around this shit because, I don't know how many times I've turned around and said this, but I'm saying you may think one thing about yourself, but the fact of the matter is the world is looking at you and going, you need to lead me one way or another. This does not mean in your relationships. It don't mean in your marriage. This has nothing to do with that. As men, you
And
are.
I'll also say because even China, which is professed to be 100 years ahead of time, just time in general, they look up to Americans. But I think they don't look up to all Americans, but mainly white America, not black America.
Why do you think all that political bullshit is going on right now, where Putin is shaking the hand of Kim Jong whatnot? Do you get what I'm saying? Like in North Korea. North Korea is desolate. Like, what do you think the game is going on right now? They're trying to do some crazy stuff. And in the background, everyone's being subtle and trying to sort of go, okay, who's going to be the next president? Like, come next year. Okay. You guys need to get this in order because we're relying on you. And that's just fact. I can't really
Trust me,
do
we've
anything.
seen it time and time again. They get quiet every year. Every presidency end, the trolls get very quiet on YouTube.
Yo, you gotta be
They
real
they're
about
quiet
this stuff.
now. The ones that are really alt-right, the ones that are all the people that I've talked about, even in some of the documentaries, they're quiet now because they try not to taunt an election. Because just as how bad black people can be emotional about certain things, the alt-right can be just as crazy. So they
It's
both
it's
those are
ev-
the two fucked up people.
it's everything. Like,
Yeah,
the thing is, it's
exactly.
like we see American black women wilding out. We see all this stuff on Instagram, Facebook, this, that, what. Yo, people are still like, yo, that looks good to me. Do you get what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, everybody with the
like
shit. We
the
can be with
thing
the shit for
is,
entertainment. It's funny.
yo, let's bar it down, okay? Kentucky Fried Chicken, McDonald's, like all of this stuff that we have been partial to has come from America. Black men, black women, strong black men, strong black women. You know, people that speak up. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. All of this. Where's that come from? It's come from America. It's not come
Yeah.
from any other place.
Wait, don't forget the hip hop cultures, brother.
you
UK hip
guys,
hop.
you
Sorry.
new school guys, 2023, new school guys need to arm up. Like, take from your predecessors and give us something that we can work with because we can't work without you. The Second World War wouldn't have worked without the US, period. Like when Churchill was dealing with Mr. fucking Mustache, like that wouldn't have worked. Like, we wouldn't have been able to do it. Facts. When Japan came in with their planes and started going boom, 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 it was like, what? Yeah, we were an ally, we're a backup, and that's all we're gonna be. I know my place. I have no reason to understand anything else. I know
Yeah.
my place. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't
Yeah.
born in the
Yeah, but in
United
order to
States.
have the
Oh, wait, wait,
conversation,
wait, wait.
even with
Sorry, can
brothers
I say
that like what you're
something,
on right
please?
now, even to have the conversation as we're having right now, brothers, whether no matter where you come from, when you're dealing with people of different cultures, it's like you said, it's about listening and trying to understand and not being closed-minded to certain things. But you're still closed-minded when you say, oh, I have not had that experience, or it doesn't apply to me, or well, that's just my experience. No, if you're going to have a conversation with someone who's different from you or from a different country, and this same thing that ties into the passport bros, they don't go to learn the country that they're going to with respect.
What yeah, what makes you think that? What makes you think that we don't like analyze where we're going?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just making a
Brothers
statement. I'm
from the
not saying that
U.S.
say it
Okay,
again.
sorry, can I say something, please? So basically,
Yeah, go ahead.
some of my friends from US basically like that. Some American friends though, like no disrespect. They told me respectfully though, who I know and stuff online. They told me, they even advised me, please don't go for American women. No disrespect. I love American women. Like I love any race. I don't see color at all. I would marry whoever is, as long as that person is the same faith and fits the criteria I got. I'm cool. But basically, I was advised not to go for American women because how they behave and everything like that. They're not gonna fit something that I've got. So basically, I've got to find someone in either in my own country or somewhere else.
Yeah, that's called being confined. Like so, like when you gotta be very careful. Okay, like when you're taught something, and most of the time we get our initial thought processes through our parents. So when you say, I was taught this, where did this information come from? Where did this education come from?
Basically, I just learned. No, no, no. I mean, for me, what I was taught though is that I was taught multiculturally. So I was exposed to many cultures though. So, it could be black or whoever. So I'm exposed to many cultures. I'm not exposed to one culture only. So I've seen all around and I just see them as just like me, like people. So I'm open to whoever. I'm open to different race and stuff. It's not about the
All
race. It's
right,
just about the character.
all right. So
Can I
I'm
ask
I'm
a
Okay,
gonna
so
say it
question?
you
from
you
this.
you may be
Let me.
open to different races, but let me ask you a question. Are you open to them, and what in what way are you open to them? Because it's one thing to be fetishized, or you fetishizing
Not
somebody else.
fetishized, genuine
No, no, no. Hear me
connection
out.
though.
Hear me out. Hear me out. And not know their culture fully. You know what I'm saying? See, because one thing we all have in common as people is drugs, sex, and money. So I mean, that's one thing that everybody
That
agrees.
that's not true. Come on. I mean, that's like a degenerate type of thought process. I
Well,
mean,
it may be, but what I'm saying is those are the things that we understand when the sun go down. Period.
okay. Okay.
All right, let me say
Okay.
this real quick.
All
Going
right.
into it. All right, so Toya, what's going on, Bronze? All right, so having that conversation about the black women. Now, the thing is, the retired gardener was talking about this earlier. It's dependent on the person. You know, like you said, young. People was telling you don't marry American women, and this is the thing with that. When you come down to that situation where you're gonna marry a woman that's outside your race, you're tending to have to know that culture, know the process on the women, how they move, how they group, all this stuff. A lot of people typically don't do that. Even in the conversation, the person how they were raised. I mean,
Of,
my wife's Jamaican.
of
My wife,
course.
they say, well, your wife is Jamaican. She's different. No, my wife is 100% can be ratchet just the most. She was raised in New York, moved to Connecticut. You know, she can be just as ratchet as any American black woman, and she can be just as classy as any black American woman. They said, well, she was cultured. She this and that. On 9 times out of 10, within the first or second generation, a lot of people who are not from America lose their culture because they get engulfed in the society which is in America.
Yes,
So,
that's true. That's true. I get where you're coming from. Yes, you're right. For me, of course, I would research everything. I would do that
but
before marrying as well. And basically, during the period and stuff like that, we'll just discuss each other's cultures. I'm willing to learn about other people's
but
cultures as well. And I'm willing to, when I'm learning and stuff, we basically, technically have our whole lives to get to know the person in a way.
you literally have to know that person according to them, like how they move. Scratch culture, scratch traditional value. Everybody is a case by case study. You deal with that person for them. I don't sit here and look at my wife being Jamaican and she's better this and that. I don't. I look at the person because I've dealt with Jamaican women. Some of them are crazy and wild. Some of them are nice, meek, humble. But like I said, same thing I did with American women. And it wasn't even that I picked my wife because she was Jamaican. I picked my wife because she was black. That's what I wanted, a black woman, because I wanted black kids, and therefore we went from there. But the thing of it is, don't get it twisted. If there was a another woman that caught my interest and she piqued everything on my radar, I probably would have dealt with her as well. But my first choice is always going to be that. Now, going into it, a lot of people have a situation where I don't want to deal with black women like this. And just like we're talking about the same thing with Jeezy in his situation. Women, Kay said it best. Women are women all across the board. Some are, shape different, some look different, some of them act different, but overall, women are women. You got to define what type of woman you dealing with and you getting yourself into a situation with. Because see,
Yeah,
that's
that's
the thing.
true,
If you
Steve.
put it that way, you will never be caught off guard. But if you sit there and let somebody tell you that certain women are better, and you're 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be walking that plank just like pirates.
All right, that might be true. You're right. Right now, that is true. Probably though over time, I might learn, I may be learning now, but I'm saying is, when I get older, I'll start experiencing things and maybe, seeing and everything like that improving, when I
And I
get
tell you
older,
this.
I will understand more. Right now, I'm 21 years old, and I'm listening and observing here and trying to understand stuff. I'm preparing myself for situations before it's like that. So, I get what you're saying.
And this is a good age to learn. Sometimes we learn ahead of time. I learned this when I was 19. Well, really way before then. But I just say this, we all don't arrive at the same time, but this is a good age. Right now, you're 21. By 25, you should have it down packed. Okay, so my thing is be open to understand it, but first do your research, and that's the issue. The issue with, oh, that's just their culture. Oh, this is that. No, you're a human person. Period. So you're human. Period. So it's more like the individual person, like she just said. I mean, you know who Lovely Mimi is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Lovely Mimi is a different Asian woman than Jeannie Ma, but they the same. They've come from the same, ethnicity. Okay, but Lovely Mimi, she just as ratchet, right? But she got
And
some
she's
good qualities. She take care of her
in the
children.
culture. Yep.
Yeah.
And
Hmm.
see, what Mimi, her thing was, she was raised in the culture of, the black society. She didn't follow the traditions in which her family had, and her mom didn't want her there no more. Because you
She
got to
was considered
understand
the
what
black sheep.
exactly. Once you get over here in America, if you don't tend to, the culture ways and doing things and being procreative the way, your family wants you to do things and address, like in some cultures, you do get banned. You can't walk the path with us.
That's a
Eh,
fact.
Hmm.
I'm gonna say this
That's
real
what I was
quick.
gonna
It's
say.
it's
On
it's
my
not
fault.
even. I'm gonna say this real quick. It's not even the kind of this or say anything bad or like I tell this about my parents being when my parents died when I was young. But the thing of it was, my dad set up so much for me. That's why I tell my sons all the time. Like my great grandma used to tell me about life insurance. She always told me, growing up, you don't want to be a burden to nobody. And that's the thing. Like I was taught finance to a degree because my aunt would only come over and visit. If I stayed in the house with my aunt, I probably would be not even in America. I'd be probably my path would have been so far ahead because my cousin, he's like that. This dude retired at they're going 48 years old. Dude still ain't been to work. And see, that's the thing. When it comes down to it, a lot of people don't have the tools to keep them in or put them in a better situation. They don't have the proper guidance to know how to pick a successful or nice relationship or a good woman to marry because traditionally values and things change over time. Just like with software, a lot of people are using outdated software when it comes to relationships. That's why they get caught up in these problems.
Ooh, those were bars, boy. Outdated software. Yeah.
No, that was bars, definitely. That was an actual factual. And to piggyback off of something that she was saying, um, was
What's going
one
on, Kathy?
oh shit. Hold on. Well, one of the things is in terms of starting families, right? Like she said something very important, which was as the breadwinner, you should definitely have life insurance, but we also got to look like at things like the stay-at-home wife, right? But real quick, I'll piggyback it off of things like this. In the Asian community, right? It seems to be that the men divorce the women more often when the divorce happens. It seems like the women stay in the marriages and the men tend to do the divorces, right? And then we look at the Jeezy and Jeannie Mai. Jeezy doesn't even seem like the type who would marry or stay married, to be honest, at least the character that he portrays, right? Because all the rappers are always having all these wild threesomes and orgies, but they're all married men. But, the shame that's put on Jeannie Mai on her community from her community, number one, from marrying a black man is probably there already, and then having his baby and being divorced by him. But at least um, she did get the dignity of being made his wife, where the other baby's mothers are just baby's mothers and they get a little bit of child support, but they didn't even have, as we talk about, elevating the black community, again, we have to look at creating families. So even back to the life insurance, right? If Jeannie Mai was going to be a stay-at-home mom, there's value in that. And you also, when creating family, want to think about protecting her, not just the breadwinner, right? Because, okay, if you die, the money stops because the money that's made stops. But if she dies, well, what happens to the person who takes care of the kids or brings the kids to school in the morning or makes food for the kids or irons the kids' clothes at night? That shit all costs money. Who you think gonna take care of the kids while you at work? Well, if she going, somebody got to pay for that. And I know a guy paying child care for one kid is $1,400 a month. And that's just for private school. That's not including, the daycare after school. And because he's at work all day, he has to pay for a nanny who comes and picks the kid up and then takes care of the kid until he gets home from work and his high powered job, paying him a couple $100,000. Now, I'm not trying to throw anything in anybody's face, but reality. And those are the reality of things. But in terms of creating families, we have to look at that. And with Jeannie Mai being his wife, likely in the divorce decree, there's going to be some form of life insurance because there's often a degree of that in terms of financial protection, in terms of, hey, Jeezy, look, we're going to require you to pay X amount of dollars in spousal and or child support. You're also going to need to, in the event that something happens to you, provide X amount of dollars.
And you
Yeah.
know what, man? And I've said time and time again, and you've heard this in knowing me, not only just that, what you said about she's already catching, hell from our own community for dating a black man. Even we have to see value in ourselves as black men because just like the brother from UK said that his friends told him, "Oh, don't date a black woman."
No,
Trust
not
me,
date the
bro.
black
Black
woman.
men can.
They didn't say that though.
Okay,
It's not the black woman. They
okay.
said don't date an American woman. Can be any race from America.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. But I mean, not to She's point, but to Alonzo's point, it is true. Even though we're not talked about as much as black men, other than being in crime or being in prison, and we're never talked about when it comes to our success as far as career and good fathers and black men who have made contributions to society all over. We too catch it. We catch it. So I've always said this: we have been conditioned to relate to others than to ourselves, all over the globe, all over the globe. And I say that because we will. Everybody wants to go to the white woman or the white man. You know what I'm saying? And hell, I guess if I was white, I would probably be happy to be fetishized too, to see all these crazy motherfuckers fighting over me. You know what I'm saying? So We have that thing where we think that everything that's white is right, or everything other than black is still just okay and good.
Yo, I'll tell you something, right? There's this whole conversation that goes on out here that's misleading. Um, which is like, yo, if you get married, like a woman's gonna take you for all you got. And the fact of the matter is that's not correct. The fact of the matter is if you actually read, if you actually are in a position to have some compadres, some peers, this, that, whatnot, you will be in a different position. Like we got to put this into perspective because that conversation is old. Like the fact that women can take from you, women can't take from you.
Isn't
Like
it only what you gain during the marriage,
It's
anyhow?
basic. Now it's
women,
basically
yo,
what it's can I add to this point? Basically, it's stipulated in the contract. So when you're married, though, right? Like the stipulations of your contract, why you're honoring it and everything, and what happens when you both separate. I think it's more about the contract and stuff. So if you wanna add a prenup in your contract and stuff, you get so much, she gets so much, she gets this, you get this. So it's about basically the contract. So like what you're
Well,
signing.
you,
That's the
yo,
I'm
thing.
I'm
yo,
I'm
you,
a,
yeah,
I'm gonna break
yo,
it down like this.
you
When
don't
it go,
need no prenup. You don't need any of that. Like your assessment point comes like at the point where you meet this person. It's just like just having a conversation. You get what I'm saying? It's like, yo, I'm here, you're there. Okay, we're talking. Let's figure this shit. Let's figure this shit out. Like, if you're gonna make one of the most important um decisions in your life, why are you gonna be playing with it? The
Mm,
only the
good
only
point.
fools the only fools that do that are people that have no idea around what their circumstances are. If you
All
own
right,
if you own a house, if you own anything, if you know your gratitude, if you know what you are and who you are, there is no way in hell you're playing with that. You're
all
you're
right,
gonna
that makes good
outright
sense.
you're gonna outright go, yo, who are you? That's the
All right.
first conversation. Like when we get what yo, if I'm in a situation where I'm doing a dinner date, I might entertain that. Yeah, because it's like, yeah, I'm just having a fun time. Like, yo, let's pull up the wine. Let's get to this, lobster. Let's get to
Yeah,
this,
you got a good point, but
this,
the thing
this
is
chicken
that
wings.
I've never
Let's get to
experienced
this.
a relationship myself.
I'm
So
I'm just
basically,
having I'm just having a fun time. I'm just like chilling it out with you. That's the bare facts. But I ain't about to let you into my private life. Are you crazy? No, wait. You need to turn around and show me your credentials. And the
all
thing
right.
is,
Retired Gardner, I wish, I don't know, the link is still up there. If you would please come up, especially if you worked in the sector that I think you may have worked in, that's similar to one that I have relatives in.
the
But
fact
She's
is,
uh
the
she's
fact
retired. She was in the military.
is most people are not capable of showing you their credentials because they've got shit in a closet that they don't want you to know about. They're
All
that's why
right.
they're
I
you
think
know
get
they
background
they
check. Wait, but
you
also,
you you know this
nowadays,
they got stuff in the closet that they don't want you to know about. They're trying to shield themselves, and it's like they doing this because they know that they have insecurities, and that's
All
just the
right.
bare bones of it.
yeah,
You get what I
that's
mean?
true. That's true. But also, though, you know what else you should do as well? You should also do a background check, a gender check. You should do a gender check too, because nowadays, because you don't know who's a guy, who's a girl because of this, rainbow thing, whatever. I'm not saying that to be intentional, but
Yo,
I'm being truthful,
if
man.
you don't
Nowadays,
know,
you don't
if
know who's a man or a
Let
woman.
me tell
You
you
think,
something
oh,
though.
a nice woman, but that might be a guy. So you
But
don't
let me
know.
say something, brother. But let me say something about that. Uh, You can be squeaky clean without a background check, and you still won't know the motives of a person. You get what
Thank
I'm
you.
saying? Now I do understand what you're talking about being catfished and all of that, but and I also do understand Simon's situation, to protect himself and not put his information out there. See, I tell you what I want you to know about me, because I'm only giving you information that is prevalent, that is good, that is even just my opinion, but
Oh,
a way to make you think. We don't all have to agree, but I think I do my damnedest best, even as a content creator, to uh, uh, give you things from a different perspective. Doesn't mean I'm going against people, but it
I
is what
come
it
back.
is.
I come back to this thing. Like, this is not just the internet. Okay, we're intelligent enough to understand. The fact of the matter is like, before I got married, I was like, yo, I could take my ass over to Thailand and get with Ting Ting. Do you get what I'm saying? But I don't know what Ting Ting looks like. Do you get what I'm saying? But all I wanted was someone to be a companion. So all I'm thinking is like, yo, Ting Ting is gonna be in a place and she's gonna take care of business. That's all it is. I don't even know what Ting Ting looks like. Do you get what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
I think most of the time men think like that. It's just like, yo, I just want a woman. I just want her to be complete. I just want her like to be in a place and a situation and understand where, you know, we're trying to build, and that's all. It's not complicated.
But
But people want to overcomplicate things and go, yeah, you're doing this, you're doing that. Oh, there's this scenario, that scenario. You listen to. I don't even want to have that conversation. I'm not really
uh,
interested.
when it comes
You
down
have a
to
good point.
relationships,
You have
I'm gonna say
to.
it like this: a lot of people show the veil of what they want you to see, and a lot of times it comes to it. I seen this video with this lady. She said if she ever get into a relationship, her next few relationships, she start never telling the people what she want out of the relationship. You know why? Because people tend to start modeling that. So if you say you want a good man, you want a man that does this and does that, that man is going to take on those characteristic traits, even if that man is not that type of guy. Same thing with a woman. A woman is going to take on those characteristic traits. You want a good woman that cooks and clean, do all this and that. She's gonna do all that till she get the ring, and then she's gonna show you the true her. So, just in retrospect, you can vet and all this all you want to. When the struggle comes, that's when you really know a person. When you actually, dig deeper than on the surface. That's the same thing with me and my wife. Before we got married, we had some testing times about infidelity and all that. And, none of that stuff came out to a point where either one of us, was in a situation, but it was just past relationship. Like I always told my wife this. I said, I can deal anything that happened to me in my past with a relationship or something, but the question is, can you? Because when it comes down to it, she had past relationships of her, ex cheating on her. And so she would see certain things and she would look at it as this might be the same thing reoccurring. If you're dealing with the same type of man, then by all means, you're going to have that same issue. But if you're not dealing with that same type of man, you should approach the situation different. And that's what I
Yo,
told her.
The thing
Mm-hmm.
is, what we're
you see
doing,
what
we're too often looking for the same thing in somebody else that we had before. Purpose for you meeting somebody new is to be happy, not to be, oh, I want him to be just like the
Ex
the
or your
last husband
previous.
that I had. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
but you
Wait,
see
that
what
might be true, but this is what else I thought as well. The basic I explained to my family is, look, I'll find who I want, but I don't mind if you wanna come and basically, like, get, if you wanna be involved as well. So basically, I find who I want and tell me what you think. So basically, we're in it together, right? So basic I explained to family, look, like if my family feels That's just like basically just getting the family involved too. So I'm in it together, and I can find who I want. I can marry who I want, but also I want my family to understand. This is who I want, and this is who I feel. I love, and if they tell me it's a good idea in some way, I can agree to that. But then also I can introduce them, and they can get to know each other in a way. So that's why I also thought about why not just bring my family into it as well. Like it's not basically arranged in a way. It's basically me finding who I want, but also including the family.
I'm gonna
Yo,
say something
that yo
controversial.
that
Go
sorry.
ahead. Now I'll let
Yo,
you go.
that don't make no sort of sense, because at the end of the day, what's gonna happen is you're gonna be sort of going along with a narrative. And as individuals, that don't work. Even in the way you were speaking, like saying my family, you're not including yourself.
Now, of course, myself too.
Ooh, that's deep. You're right. Good. And, and,
Mm,
and let me say this,
yes,
Simon.
that's
The
an
reason,
interesting
the
point.
reason why, the reason why so many people fail when it comes to relationships or marriages, because they don't see, family only see the traditional traits and what they would want for their daughter or son, but they
Hmm.
don't know the attributes that the person has, um, outside of just that, because the person may not be perfect as your parents may want them to be, but it's about what you see in them, and that may turn out to be the best marriage relationship or whatever you're into that you've ever had, as
Let's
long as
be
it's not harming you.
Well,
let's
I
be
can
real.
actually agree to that. I can understand where you're coming from. It's not like I'm not disagreeing. I'm agreeing with you as well. Look, of course I'll have myself, but I'm saying though, I'm saying basically I'm open to the idea of having my family involved too. But however, it's my decision, and if I want to choose for me, and if I want to include myself, only solely myself, then I can do that. I'm just saying I'm open to ideas. Don't mean I want to practice them.
That
But
don't
see, that's
mean shit. No, no, not being wrong. I'm just saying, like, yo, if you're going into a
Is it
family
your no, my
situation,
fault.
if you're going into a family situation, the onus is on you. It's not on your family, like the external family. Like they can say what they want. Let's be real. Like I understand where you're coming from in terms of your perspective and historics, but the fact of the matter is you're going to be the person in that room dealing with stuff day to day, in and out, all day long, cooking, cleaning, scrubbing, scratching, like with that person. And anyone else outside of that is just going to have an opinion. And that's all it's going to be. So you need to
it's a
understand
difference in this culture.
Okay, when you explained it to me like that, I think I understand. So it's basically whoever I want to marry in future, it's basically me and her. We're both in it together. We're in it. It's for me to find what I want and basically understand, is this the person for me? And am I really happy with it? And stuff like that. So it's basically me and her in it together, and if we're right for one another, in
But
a
that's
sense.
not traditionally what marriage was about. What it was about is more what he's saying, the tradition of families and keeping families. That's why there were arranged marriages. That's why still his family is keeping that tradition. Hey, the families are going to be around. We're going to, because part of that is kind of what we have these conversations that you see us battling back and forth on Simon, right? Is, oh well, the women need to be vetted, and you got to vet women. Well, men are out here willy-nilly, and most of us, especially in the black community in America, are growing up without fathers, or fathers who didn't know how to vet because they weren't taught how to vet because the family wasn't entirely vetting together, right? And agreeing upon, hey, listen, we even want this person involved in our family. I'll give you an example. I have a relative who has a baby's mother who he had two children with. The children are adult aged now, meaning they are both above 18. The baby's mother is still coming to his house, harassing him, asking him for her two kids. right? Now, that's not somebody that the family would have said, hey, go ahead and lay down and have kids and be involved with this person for the rest of your life. Because even though the law says you're only dealing with them till they're 18, biology says you're dealing with them forever as long as your children are alive.
Yeah, that's true. And it's different situation because if you're looking at Young in his situation, it's a different culture. So their family are in this aspect. If his wife could be doing something wrong, his mother or aunt will step in and say, no, this is the proper way to do this. This is how things are. Back in the day in the black culture, young girls got scolded for not even, or shamed for not even doing duties in the house, like cooking, cleaning properly. Nowadays, you don't see that because just like what you just saying, Simon, they're being pushed out of the house for it's just me and you only. And technically speaking, you know, the family is supposed to be as one. You're supposed to be together. BGS said a prime example. A lot of young girls they will sit there and deal with men and only bring them around once they get pregnant or a situation to a degree after being with this guy for so long. Why you can't bring this guy to your father upon meeting him and y'all sit there and have that conversation? Because your dad, if he's a guy that's been around the block or he knows a thing or two, he's gonna say, man, that guy's not for you. It's been plenty of times where I told my cousin, I said, look, I know you like the boy, but he ain't it. If you want to get married, this not the guy for you. Now, if you want a relationship, this guy gonna have a relationship with you. That's all you're gonna get out of it. I told my cousin that. She dealt with the guy. Luckily, she didn't get pregnant, but ultimately, that's the thing. They broke up, and she was like, "Dang, you was right." I was like, "I seen through this guy. He looked like he just want to have fun, all this stuff." Prime example: one of my friends, his daughter came there with her boyfriend. Him and the boy, him and his friend, they both had on all red. He was like, "Dang, but y'all bleeding like y'all? What y'all is? Y'all on some gang stuff?" And the guy started laughing. Was like, "Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is." And she said, "Okay, ain't nothing wrong with that. All right, then, bro." Then when he left, we was all down there. He's like, "Man, now I got to deal with another baby because I know he gonna knock her up." And he was like, "I already dealt with the other knucklehead that wore blue. Now he wearing red. I'm gonna have a household of gang members in my house." And he told his daughter, "I gotta talk to you about this." And like I told
Yo,
him, it's glad that she came
these
and showed
guys,
before and
these
after.
guys are so ratchet. They are banging these ladies when they on their period. Like they do like some crazy stuff. Like what I ain't even in that category. Like I ain't doing any of that sort of stuff. Like we need to be real. Like
Uh,
What?
to be
um,
we want to deal with these ladies that are ladies. Like let's just be real about this sort of stuff. You get what I'm saying? And who comes through and professes, we're gonna hold their hand. We're gonna be like, yo, come through. Like there's only one Noah's Ark, right? Yo, yeah. Let's just go there and be who we gotta be. Like, but apart from that, I ain't even conversating no more. With all
I'm
this sort of other
sorry,
stuff.
sorry
What
to
we
cut you.
Hold on. I'm not even understanding. What are you talking about? What you talking about? You're not just messing with women, just a relationship. Like I'm lost now.
Yeah, I mean, we understand who's in what category and what category, and that's all. That's how it's always been. So
Yeah,
you
uh,
know, let's
uh,
let's not let's not like detract from the fact that we are in situations like, yo, I'm bringing up my daughter in a certain type of way.
Okay,
She's not messing with certain people,
okay,
black or white or Asian or Chinese. I don't give two whats. You get what I'm
okay.
saying? She is not messing with them. Full stop.
But but Simon, you got to look at this situation. Okay, now a woman know who she actually wants to be with, whether she wants to be with the thug or she wants to be with
Mm-mm.
the nerdy guy. It. What are you talking about?
This is where we get it twisted. We're trying to be liberal about all of this stuff. We're trying to be pretty about all this stuff. We see all these adverts, we see all these TV programs, and we want to turn around and go, okay, I want to be like them. Oh, the options are open to us. No, 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 no. Historically, a fisherman would have a fisherman's son, and he would go out and do what the fisherman done. Like, we need to understand, if I am something, I play the keys on the keyboard. My daughter's turning around and playing the keys on the keyboard. She aspires to be a musician the same way I am a musician. Like, what's your profession, and what do your children aspire to be? Like, we need
Yeah,
to get our understanding about what we are. we
CNC worker.
yes,
we lean towards the lineage. We have this whole conversation about destiny, and a legacy and all the rest of it, and it's just like no one's playing it out. We're talking, but we're not walking. Okay.
all right. I can understand where you're coming from, but like what I was saying, yes, you're not wrong. Of course, you're self-made. I never claim that. What I'm saying is, yes, of course, you're self-made in some situations, yes, of course. But I'm saying in some way, it's basically like when you bring your family involved as well. Of course, what you want is your choice. You do what you want. I'm agreeing with you with that. There's no doubt. But what I'm saying is basically when you bring your family involved, you're basically, getting them used to it. You're basically bringing yourself together. So it's basically you're in it together, basically, right? Both
Yeah,
parties
that's the
in
whole
it
point.
together,
That's the whole point.
but both parties are in it together. So basically, is to get the understanding as well. Also, sometimes though, you never know, right? I'm just saying, sometimes you never know. Your choice might not be right, but they can help you. It's
That's
more like
incorrect. No, that's incorrect.
no, your
I,
choice can be right, but wait, just let me finish. Let me finish. I'm saying your choice will be right for you. What I'm saying is sometimes, though. I'm saying sometimes in some situations your choice might not be right, but also like advice or suggestion can help in some way. But however, it's totally up to you if you want to or not. I'm not claiming that is
all
not.
right, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you the difference, right? With my ex-wife, right? She didn't know how to cook. Okay. Now, I come from a place called Saint Lucia. Okay, this is an
Okay.
island in the Caribbean. Okay, from my mother, she taught me how to cook something called bake. Now, this in Jamaican terms is fried dumpling. Okay,
Like shut
I
in the
I never deferred from the fact that it was a fried dumpling. Okay, I always took it that it was baked. That's how I saw it. Okay, because that's how my mother taught me how it was. Okay, now through lineage, although my ex-wife was from Uganda, I taught her how to cook bake. Now she teaches my daughter how to cook bake. Okay. That's
Mm.
how systems work. It's not about trying to be the bigger person. She paid attention and she was like, oh, it meant something. And it means something to the children that are going to come after us. And we need to stop being so bigoted and big headed and like extraordinarily egotistical about how we actually go about doing our business, because business is not just about money, it's about lineage. My daughter now turns around to me and says, Daddy, how do I cook bake? She's going to turn around and teach her grandchildren the same thing I was taught through my mother, through her grandmother, consequently, moving on to my wife at that time, to her daughter. That's how things work. Things don't change. It's not that complicated. A stone is a stone. Like, if you're gonna throw a stone at me, I'm gonna understand what the weight of that stone is. It's
Same,
not complicated.
the
All
key and
right.
all
I'm
that.
not. I'm
They're
not
gonna
saying.
they're gonna all. Let me say this real quick. They're gonna all cook it differently. No matter how good the recipe is and it's to a T, nobody never follows it all the way to the T.
Good
So it's
point.
going to be a difference in it. It's going to be
Good,
a difference.
good point, she. Let me say this real quick. It's just like everybody knows grandma's recipe to that pound cake or the dressing. Everybody's going to do it different, and she probably have given it out to everybody in the family before she passed. But everybody's going to do it different. You're right.
I don't agree that everyone's gonna do it different. I treasure um you know like my mother's recipe when it comes to certain things, because the thing is you can't get away from it. Like Colgate's Colgate. I always got told this, like, in business, like in terms of like how are you gonna compete with Colgate? When you walk into Walmart, when you walk into your stores, when you walk into Whole Foods, the same thing is thrown up. It's like, yo, you're buying the same product. Now, we are not turning around and going, I'm gonna like bring up anything else. You're turning around and bringing up the same stuff, if not less. So how are you competing? You can't compete. So
And I get where
when
you. I
when
know. I
when
get.
when 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 we're talking about ourselves as black people, we're comparing ourselves as black people.
Yeah,
Okay.
I get where you're
I don't
coming
know.
from, but I'm explaining to you about where, look, I'm different from you. Look, I'm totally understand. It's not like I'm not agreeing or anything. I completely understand what you're saying. I completely agree. I'm very understanding. I'm just giving you, like I'm agreeing, but at the same time, I'm giving a different perspective, which I'm totally understanding of. I've never claimed that. I'm fully agreeing with you. No problem.
I think what it is, Riaz. Is it Riaz? Young Riaz?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think where he's coming from is that things should be a certain way. But the thing is, Simon, what I'm saying to you is like your grandmother may have given that recipe to everybody, but even you who has it down packed, when you go to the other family members and taste that same recipe, can you tell if they did not take the proper steps? I mean, in that recipe that something is missing.
Totally. I mean, the thing is
So that's where I'm coming from.
what I'm saying is some people um stick to the recipe and some people don't. They wanna like move it around, they wanna add their little sauce, they wanna add their little sprinkle. But the fact of the matter is we are living in a world where you get these one percenters and they've always stuck to the recipe and it's always worked. And the thing is, we don't appreciate it. It's like when you speak to your kid, it's like, yo, if my kid gets out of line, I say to my kid, I'm like, yo, do this. And then she wants to sprinkle something in. She's like, oh yeah. Yeah, but I want to do this. I'm like, yo, no, that's not what I asked you to do. Like, understanding and instructions are very important. Most people do not like instructions. They don't like to understand.
Or if you have taken that recipe that we thought nothing was totally wrong with, we would turn around and add whatever we feel to it, or we'll figure that okay, well, grandma gave me that recipe, but damn, I think I can do it a little bit better.
Exactly. I mean, but
Yes,
you're not gonna
so
do it.
basically, you're taking the same format, the same recipe, same formula, but you're basically adding new stuff to it, and basically you're taking what was built, but also you can, what you call it, improve upon it. Like nothing wrong with it before, but you're adding steps to make it much, much better, much more different. And when you're doing it, though, it's still what is, but at the same time, though, it's much more improved.
What you
I'm a,
don't
And that can
understand,
and that can
what you
happen.
don't
And that can
understand,
happen. Reason why that can happen because it's just like if you're a person that's Mexican or you. I eat a lot of Mexican and Jamaican food and Chinese food. I can tell when it doesn't have that original taste, but if it's even better, I will accept that too. You get what I'm
Okay,
saying?
all right. I'm just saying, like, there's a reason why we are susceptible to certain things. Okay, there's a reason why we will go to the original point. It doesn't matter if it's high or down or this, that, the other. Like, yeah, there's a shop in the UK that sells salt beef um sandwiches in a bagel. They are locked down. It's one shot. Okay. It's always queues. Like tourists will come down. Ever you come to London, go to Brick Lane, they are locked down. One shop. They don't have multiple shops, nothing. They provide one thing and it's secure. The thing is like we try to do this thing where it's like, okay, we want to try and differentiate stuff. We want to try and go, okay, I'm going to look at other stuff. No, you are who you are. Let's get real. There's nothing wrong with who you are. The only thing that makes you think that you are wrong is when you're waking up in the morning and you're looking in the mirror and go, "Oh, I want to compare myself to somebody." That's all it is.
And
But
it's nothing more.
apart from that, get on with what you're doing. Be the most secure person in your life, and you will see the results. That's all it is. It will take a minute, but we all want to be short term and go, okay, I want results right now. No, results do not come right now. We are all very special people. And the thing is what you're doing, like allowing this stuff to happen, like in terms of um going, okay, the
A
you
person
know,
in the chat named Coco's Ethnic Eats made a good point. Says social media makes it easy. You can be whoever you want to be online, and
Yeah,
that's true.
and that's what I always talk about with society standards. See, a lot of people get drawn into that, where you can be anything. I see it several times. Charles Faulkner, he's a police officer, well, former police officer. But the thing of it was this: anybody listening to his channel can come up here, spew a couple of codes, read on some laws, know some things about police officers, and they can become him. Same thing with people that's into law, just like you, Simon. Can read a couple of books, act like they passed the bar and come up here and talk with some type of intelligence and throw
That's
people
true.
off.
That's true.
Nobody never really sees these people in real life. Everybody has this facade, like just like in relationships. Most people will show you that decadent veil of who they are just so you accept them. So social media is the same way, And I was trying to get to this earlier, but with that
no, but what I'm
non-logical
saying,
stuff covered.
what I'm saying is, and what I've been trying to say for a minute is like, the funny thing is we are now in a different world. Okay, many people have not accepted that. Like, we have people in this chat, in this live. Okay, for example, it's like, yo, you got access to me. It's like you don't even know what I'm capable of, right? So connect. That's the whole point. The whole point is to be able to connect and go, okay, we're talking this spew on the live, but yo, if you want to actually do some real shit, maybe we could do that. You
But a
know,
lot of people keep it online because they don't want to do nothing besides talk about it.
yeah, but
Like I say,
that's beside the point. I'm just saying, like, that's what we at. I think that's going to take a minute. I don't think it's going to be
it,
immediate.
it's it's not even taking a minute. It depends on the person. Like I said, relating to the same conversation about the grandmother's recipe, there are people that are gonna always constantly tweak and make that recipe better because society is changing over time. You got to stick with the grooves and the moves. You got to roll with the punches. You got to be able to adapt and move along society. Like I said, the way that we did relationships back in the 70s or your grandparents' days, to where the man took care of the bills, the woman stayed home with the kids, it's not relevant in this day and time. And
No,
due to
yeah, no,
inflation and
wait,
stuff,
wait, wait, wait.
it
No,
takes
hold,
two.
wait, wait. No, no, that's not totally correct. The thing is like if we was gonna make bread, right? Where does that recipe come from? You know, if we're gonna turn around and go, okay, you know, how did those guys actually make bread? That comes from history. You can't go, okay, we're gonna relate that to the 21st century because bread was not created in the 21st century. Like,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
Simon,
No,
but
but
they
you can
do
have, it's about balance basically. You can do, I'm getting where you're coming from, saying is basically you can take what was originally, the formula that was made, but you can add, what's new as well. So basically, like it's not like changing or anything. You're basically improving upon it. Of course, you want stuff to stay the same. Of course, I'm not saying that, no. It's like I'm not disagreeing, you see. It's like I'm agreeing, but at the same
but
time, yeah.
how do you
I appreciate what you're talking
you
about, but I'm just saying
okay, but
you
hear me out,
can't.
fellas. Hear me out. Now, they have found ways to even make bread with cauliflower because of diet. All this new keto stuff and all, and they still call it bread, but is it really bread? Same thing with they're
Yeah.
replacing lettuce when they do wraps. They're replacing the actual uh, uh
If you're intolerant to certain types of like ingredients, then obviously yes, it's the same
like
thing,
right now I drink oat milk. I
right?
love oat milk. Oat milk tastes just like regular milk. I don't
Hmm.
drink the actual milk.
Yeah,
But
but that
that's
doesn't mean
that's what
any.
I'm saying.
Yo, I can't drink milk. Okay, I ain't about to drink oat milk, but I'm just saying, like, this is the point we're getting to. Like, everyone has different places in the world. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're not intelligent enough to have the conversation. Like, where are we trying to get to?
It's literally like I was saying earlier. It's two different type of people, man. You know, the recipe is the recipe, but it can be tweaked overall. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Just because something is basic instruction and it can be replicated and stuff, that don't mean it can be something added to make it even better. That's what I'm trying to get you to
No,
understand.
I think what you're talking about is total sense. And in fact, what you're saying is, um, the conversations we've had and what we're speaking about is actually adding to the, the progression of where we're trying to get to because it is where it is. You know what I'm saying? It's a slow progress thing.
Well, let's say this, Simon. Like this, Nas, you like real hip hop. You like real hip hop, like I do. Nas
Yeah.
said it
I
best.
like my UK hip hop and
One
American
two
hip
one
hop.
two one
But
two
hear
one
me
two.
out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Nas said it better in one of his songs. I can't remember what album, but he said, "There's nothing new under the sun." And I took that same uh, analogy with fashion, being a fashion designer, all strictly just menswear fashion designer.
Yo,
Well,
bro,
I
you
think
gotta hit me up, man.
we all take things from each other, but with me, I take things and make them unique. Now, with I'm more so into the fit of things. So,
Mm.
if it fits right, is the neckline right? Does it fit a person who has a stomach, a person who doesn't have a stomach? So the whole point is pattern making and pattern blocking.
Yo,
So yeah.
we got a whole thing going on in Paris, like with that. Like, you know, you gotta hit me up on that shit. I'm interested.
Because some people are isometrical, man. Believe it or not, one shoulder is down, the other one is up. I've seen that, you
Yeah,
know, and I've had
yeah.
to make
No,
stuff for
yo,
people.
yo, wow. Damn. I didn't know that about you. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
bro. I'm
sorry.
a fashion designer. I have an MFA.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's deep, man. That's so deep.
Yeah.
People
Hey, I
don't be
want to
understanding that shit.
expound on some of this I put up here. This is the 9 laws of self-government. And basically, I was talking about with young Riaz when he was talking about having a relationship with his family. Is one thing, and law number 3, apply selfishness. And the reason why it's called applied selfishness because it will be turned on or off and
Yes.
dedicating you putting yourself in a position for a greater, cause, but at the same time falling back and working with your family to, do what needs to be done. Just like
Yes.
with law number 6 and 7, knowing your
Yes.
worth and know who you are. A lot of people are not connected this way because how am I going to get into a relationship and I don't even know who I am? You
Right.
know, I don't even know myself. So how can I fully get into a relationship with somebody to be that? And that's where a lot of
Yo,
people fail in
yo,
it.
I had to get real
And those are
selfish.
the first steps. She, not, I'm glad, I'm glad you often speak on that, you know, in the space. You know, everybody who don't have that book, 9 Laws of the 48 Laws of Power. I got most of his books, but that's a very good book to start from.
Yo, the thing is like I went through a whole period where I just like I was real petty. I was trying to like reach out to people. I was trying to be like, yo, this is this and this is that, and I was just, yo, I'm telling you, like, not on a bad tip. I'm not trying to say like on like try to cut people out. I'm just saying like at some points in times you need to be as selfish as fuck. Like you really need to like just be into yourself. And that I'll tell you something. Okay. My daughter is the most beautiful thing on earth. She's the most beautiful flower you yo. No. If any man, I ain't even concerned about myself no more. I ain't concerned about women coming into my job. No, I'm concerned about what the hell is she gonna encounter. I'm looking at that like, yo,
And that's natural. You're a father.
mm, she's like, yo, yo, men are not experienced enough to encounter her right now. Not, not at all. So where are we at, brother?
Some you've had you a few of them, haven't you?
Yeah,
Today, I
yeah,
can tell.
yeah.
Yeah, I can see what I can get that. I'm totally understanding of what you're saying. No problem. I'm agreeing with you. No problem. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. I completely get. I'm just saying is sometimes though for me, my approach is basically, of course, I'm focusing on myself. However, I'm willing to include family for like basically a bigger cause because in some way, of course, it's me and the person who we marry. We're both in it together in some way. Don't want to be selfish. I want my family to know who I'm marrying to. And basically, it's not like I'm looking for approval as well. It's more like I'm willing to basically, it's like coming together, basically. It's the bigger picture, though. We're all in it together, basically. Family's in it, you're in it, everything, we're all in it together, basically.
you
So
sound
it's
you sound confused like that the thing is like you know Jesus.
not really
I
confused,
mean,
but
what it sounds like is he's gonna kind of blend a combination of both of the things you're saying. Because
Yeah.
Simon, what you're saying in terms of, listen, fuck that, it's on you, is like you saying, like the brother was saying earlier, taking the recipe that your grandmother gave you and then going, you know what? I'm gonna
Ding
add
ding
marshmallows,
ding ding.
right? So he's gotta, he's blending a little bit of it though. So he's going, you know what? This is missing a little bit of nutmeg. If I put a pinch more nutmeg in it, it'll bring that all the flavor and the aromas out. Okay, that's okay to change the recipe, but to add marshmallows is wild. So
I
what do
think he
you
Yeah,
don't want to change the recipe, but he's afraid to disappoint his family.
right.
Yeah, of course.
But
Because
that
in
that
some,
shouldn't that shouldn't never ever be like part of your process as a person, especially if you're an adult. Like, I mean, I understand where you're coming from because the thing is like most people in your situation. I'm not gonna say whether you're this or that. I'm just saying, like most people in your situation, and the chances that you're actually on this platform means something because you're trying to sort of get another perspective. But the thing is you know downright that ain't gonna work out how you want it to work out,
But
right?
that's the whole point. Okay, Simon. All right. The situation is this. Like, I've been in different relationships, but when I got married, dude, I mean, honestly speaking, I can honestly say I haven't taken the L to a relationship. Honestly speaking, the only relationship that kind of just went, up and
You want
down
to check her
because
phone?
the woman changed.
Check her
What I
phone.
gotta what I gotta check her phone for?
yeah,
You know
If
what
I
I'm
if I
talking
gotta check
about.
a woman's phone, no, I'm understanding. If I gotta check a woman's phone, why do I have to be with her? See, that's the
facts?
difference in a relationship. If I have to run behind a woman, make sure she's not cheating, that's not the woman for me. See, so many guys, they go after the beauty and the look versus the type of woman that they're actually being with. And that's
Right.
why a lot of guys fail in marriage. That's why guys fail in relationships.
To
And
be honest,
versus
that's some
you,
insecure shit. If you got to check your woman's phone, bro, you insecure
Yeah.
on your shit. Like
No, you're
for real.
not. You're not. No, no, that's a testament. What is if you have a
I
lady
can
that
see that.
I'll tell you something for a minute, right? Okay. Like if a woman is willing to actually give her phone over to you, you got something. You got something. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I understand that. I'm not denying what you're saying. Yes, it's true. It's not that I'm not saying, I'm saying it, look, what you're saying is I'm agreeing, however, I'm adding to it as well. It's not like, oh, I'm disagreeing. No, I'm confused or no.
You're playing. You're in like a halfway situation, so that's cool. Whatever.
but see,
Hey, but
his
listen, Phil.
situation is
It's
planned out because of his family. See, you gotta understand, it's not even just like an arranged marriage. His family is gonna be divulged into his relationship, what makes him come out on top. We
That
don't
don't
have
matter.
that.
Yeah, but
So
that don't matter. Yo,
But
listen,
hold up,
like
Simon. There are a lot of things that play into these arranged marriages as well.
it's not
Inherit,
even just
listen,
arranged.
yeah,
inheritance.
okay.
Like anything.
I understand where you're coming from, but the fact of the matter is, we're in 2023. Like, we can't continue to actually go on with these narratives, like in terms of what the elders have taught us, what sort of pyramids we've been studying, where we have sort of come from, and all this nonsense. It's like we
it,
understand that we are our own person, so let's get with it.
But a lot
Okay.
of us don't have
yeah,
those
but
freedoms.
Simon, you
So,
you
no, but
you
that's not.
Simon.
literally double. Hold on, right quick. Simon, you literally double talking. You the same guy that said your daughter's gonna cook the same recipe that your grandma's cooking. Now you're saying that the recipe can be tweaked and changed different. You gotta
Yeah.
understand, dude. In certain
Yeah.
societies, rules are stuck in place.
No, they're
That's why
not.
you think
And this is why we have ongoing conversations because my daughter's gonna turn around and look at that recipe and try and be smart because she's a woman. Like, women do this.
it's
Like
not even
that,
just a woman. Dudes do
That's
the same
that's
thing.
not.
women will always try to tweak
She
whatever you
Simon done
try
had
to.
a few of them. He done had a
Yo,
few.
women
I
will
had to.
always
What's
try
going
to
on, too,
tweak
Rob? Jump up here, man.
stuff.
Okay,
What's
They'll
up,
all right,
always
True
all
try
Raw?
to
right,
What's
tweak
up?
all
stuff.
right, sweet. You
I
know what?
appreciate
As I
that.
was saying,
I
so,
appreciate that about women. I love that shit about women because men are boring as fuck. There's no man that has ever had a conversation with me that provided me with something new. Like women do that. That's why I rock with women.
Well, let's just
So
say this, man. I think that iron sharpen iron, and we do have things that each other have not discovered. And guess what? Even the young fella that's on the platform right now, he's learning some things from us. You get what I'm saying?
mm,
Yeah.
Yeah, but even though, like I said, it's a
You
difference in it
dig?
because there's a mold that's being put in front of him, and with us, like I said, it's a culture thing. In his family, his household, they do things slightly different. Their family bonding is slightly different than ours. See, so we
it's not
can't
a culture
tell him,
thing. It's a class thing. It's a class thing.
okay,
It's not
I
class,
culture.
don't believe
culture.
in class.
It depends on how you rephrase it or look at it. But the point of it is, it is technically is a class
How
instead
did
of a culture thing.
Obama become president?
If
I mean,
if his mother told his
that's not
mother and father told him that he could not that said, hey, he says, no, mom and pops, I'm not going to Jumar. He had no choice. He had to go to Jumar on Friday, right?
these niggas in jail. It's like that's a class thing. It's just like why are you visiting that guy? Do you get what I'm saying?
Alright, that's not that only. The whole point is I'm saying is of course the other thing else is because what I'm saying is it's basically I'm open. I'm just agreeing with what
No,
she was saying.
no,
I'm
you
agreeing with
guys
wait, but
are
let me.
wretched
Hold on,
as
Simon. You
hell.
gotta let him talk. You gotta let him
All
talk.
right, all
Yeah,
right.
I never get a chance to finish my point. My point is I'm agreeing with Sheet, but also I'm saying is the thing is look, it's like look, I know what I want. I'm looking for what I actually always, plan and think about what I want, but at the same time I'm looking it's like not just assistance, it's also like, taking ideas and suggestions from family as well. So basically look, it's in it together. But wait, you're never letting me finish. What I'm saying it's in
I'm
it
sorry.
together, but at the same time, of course I will take my opinion first. I'll put myself first, but you never know. You never know in some way. Your family, they could see something in that person that you can't see yourself. Of course you can see yourself, but when you actually go and take other opinions and you actually look and observe and you see and gain understanding together, when you bring them together, they explain to you in a way you see they see things that you don't see. So if they tell you that person's not right for you, that person's not right for you. But also at the same time, when they're choosing as well, where that where if you feel is not right, is not what you feel is not right. So I'm saying is basically, it's good to have some assistance, but at the same time, do it yourself.
All
So
right,
basically,
okay.
it's a combo of
Yo,
both points.
yo, bro. Do you see yourself as a man or a woman?
See myself as a man, of course.
Hey, Simon, I'm gonna have to drop you, man. You keep getting disrespectful, dog.
I'm just asking questions.
That's totally disrespectful to even ask a man that question.
Why do you think that?
Because by me being a man and you ask me that question, so you trying to insinuate something.
No, I'm leading.
Yeah, I
I'm
get it
leading
on the
into.
voice,
No, no,
but
no. I'm just leading into something. It's not disrespectful. I'm not trying to
Okay,
be
go ahead.
disrespectful.
Go
It's
ahead, because you
educational.
kind of crossing. Yeah, but you crossing the
So
line, though.
okay, all right. I appreciate you, bro. It's your platform. I'm just saying. I was just asking him
are you
questions.
saying because he's kind of died silent?
No, no, it wasn't none of that. It wasn't none of that.
Simon, I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. You're doing this. You're doing more like, do you wash your dick or do you wash your pussy? Knowing the man got a dick.
I don't know about all that sort of stuff. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't do that. No, no, no,
go, go
no,
ahead,
no.
go ahead with you was gonna ask him then.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. So
Something
the
crazy.
original. Can I? Yo, chill, man. God damn. Like
Go ahead.
I was asking, like the original question: Are you a man or are you a woman?
I'm a guy. I'm a man.
Okay. Why do you see yourself like that?
Because it's not just because I'm born, it's because deep down inside, it's in my soul. It's because I'm made this way. I see myself, as a bad because that's what I'm made to be. It's
Okay.
like a deep purpose.
All right. So do you see yourself as a person that wants to be married one day?
Yes, of course, someday in the future. Right now, first focus on myself because if you can't, it's better I'm educating myself on basically understanding on what to expect in the future, but also I'm also focusing on myself first. And when the time comes for marriage, I am knowing what I'm expecting.
Okay, so do you see yourself marrying what kind of gender?
Of course, a lady, of course.
Hey man, don't even
Me,
worry
but
about me.
I don't know. I'm answering the question, but please, man, don't ask me questions like that. Look, I'm being nice right here. I don't appreciate that.
Hey, young, he's gone. Don't even worry about it.
Uh,
I took him down from the panel because
Okay,
like that.
sorry.
Nah, you good. He's just being disrespectful, man. I told him he crossing the line, and he already like Simon, you gonna I'm gonna have to block you for a minute, dog, cause
I think
you getting a little too
Simon does
disrespectful.
things for shock value at times, because he come from the Fight Club era.
Yeah, and I mean I get that, and all these little what is it the beef sector and all that people come over like that, but I mean just being disrespectful for no reason, man. You gotta cut that out. I mean.
Yeah. All right, she. Thanks for having me. I appreciate the conversation, everything, gaining and everything like that. I've learned so much. Thanks so much. I'm gonna go now.
Yeah, man, and
All right.
come up again. We'd like to talk more to you.
All
Yeah,
right, no problem.
sorry
Next
about that,
time.
young Riz.
It's all right, Sheed. It's all right. No problem. Things happen like this. It's all right. Learning experience. I'll come up next time when you go live and when you have another panel. I'll join you whenever I get the chance.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Salute,
Yep.
bro.
Wow, this was good.
Yeah, this was
Yeah, man.
definitely good.
I to chop it up with my bros. We talk, but we don't talk a lot. But because we all living, we're working, we're doing things in the real world.
Yep. And
Mhm.
that's the thing that holding the conversation is the key. And that's why I tried to steer this about situation with um the point of the Jesus situation and going and just having conversation, and we go forth from there.
It always
That's a
branches
fact.
off to something else. But one thing about it, I like how you structure things, man. You got it structured. It's no SBE over here. It's no other shit. But we can
Yeah.
have the conversation.
Yeah, because I mean, like I told guys several times when I came into the space and talking with the men, more or less, I always tell them, I'm married, been married for years. My point don't change on marriage. My point don't change on relationship. Even to a lot of guys that talk about, man, you get a divorce. I mean, people change over time, and that's what I was going to say earlier about the conversation. One of the controversial things that I always tell people that I always say I don't trust my wife, and not just to a point of I don't love her. That's why I don't trust her. I don't trust people fully. I give everybody a sense of trust to a degree. But I mean, that's common because me and my wife had this conversation. She even tells you in the Bible you're not supposed to trust nobody 100% because when it comes down to it, you can be let down. And that's the thing.
I say don't lose yourself and who you are in some any person, place, or thing.
Yeah.
You know, because first in order for you to be able to put levels of trust in anybody, you got to know who you are. You got to know everything revolving. You got to be aware of life. And like you said, right here, even here about knowing who you are. What number is that? Number 7.
No, yeah.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, a lot of people they miss that, mark. And when it comes down to it, we have situations to where a lot of people are going into relationships and not knowing who they are, not even, wanting to evolve because they want to cater themselves around that person. Years go by, that person feel like, they're not getting something into the relationship, they're not this and that, so they leave. Now you're stuck in a position because how you feel or commit to, man, I put my all into this relationship and now it's gone. I'm mad. A lot of these dudes, I tell them, man, you married the wrong person because you looked at a woman. What's going on, Bunny? You looked at a woman pending on the situation in which it was all in love at that moment. But the real biggest issue is, people change over time. Nobody stays the same. I say this and just cause for face value. If anything happens between me and my wife, we get a divorce, dude, I'm not, I mean, I'm gonna be a little, hurt by it, but not that much heartbroken because, life still goes on. I still have to live my life. I still have to be a father to my kids. And, if my kids are grown or if my kids or, still young, I have to still continue being that man in their life. I'm just not the man in my wife's life no more because we're divorced. And a lot
You
of
know,
guys can't grasp that concept.
you know what, Sheet? I have these real conversations with grown ass men, well
Yep.
seasoned grown men in real life. And there's this man that I speak to. He's in tech. He's been in tech for 35 years. He is 58 years old. Look like he about 20 something. And we sit and we have these conversations. I listen to him, and everything. And he basically says, hey man, me and my wife, we've been together for 30 some years, and we understand each other. Sometimes she will get mad because she's an emotional woman. That's just who she is, and that's her makeup. He said, but I don't get mad or I don't get jealous because some other man compliment her. But guess what? Sometimes we need time alone. We have been together for so long to the point to where I needed my space from her. So I bought a house on the other side of town and she has her house over here, but I still do things as, her husband, because I'm still her husband. We're not divorcing. He said, now if she cheat on me, it's a done deal. Other than that, we'll just be going out for coffee or doing things. I would love her the same, but she have to know exactly who she is to me. Now, like you said earlier, you never lost yourself completely just in your wife, and I think that's where he is. So that made so much sense what you said right there. I think we all have to get over that jealousy thing, and I think, are we jealous because of the loyalty or are we jealous because of the fact of having someone else there in the same position as you're supposed to be in as a husband, whether it's physically or mentally?
I think it's
Yeah.
also jealousy because things are difficult, right? We know the complaints that a lot of guys have because it's hard to get a woman, right? And then it's also hard to get a woman of quality, whatever that might be to you, right? And then if you're out of the game for 1, 3, 5, 7, 10, 15 years, right? And then all of a sudden you're faced with, oh shit, now I'm back in the game. It's gonna be difficult, you know. Yo baby yo worked in 1993. This 30 years later. Um, what's the pickup lines? Where do I go? Um,
And you know what, Alonzo, he and I even talked about that. He said that uh, it's all about peace for him. He said that if he had his fair share of different women, way
yeah,
before marrying his wife, and when he married her, he was in it. He married her because he wanted a wife. Now, I think that even if he divorced his wife, he would still be enjoying his life. Because I told him, I said, let me tell you something, man. I got married when I was 19. You know what I'm saying? Divorced at 35. And I said, with me, even now, right now, I feel like I'm schoolboy 16. Still look young, keep it young, still is young, but at the same time, I would never put myself in a situation to 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 add extra problems to my life. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I think he could find a wife the same age as his daughters and my age, you know, because even his sons, in situations to where they're more career driven. You know, they see where their father has been a father to them all their lives and been in a marriage of longevity. You know, so when they do get a wife, it'll be the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's to a point, man, where like me as a man, I like my peace. My wife, she kind of, gets on me when I get out too late. Cause there's been times I done came home at 6 in the morning, hanging out with the fellas, playing cards, drinking and stuff like that. And I'm not finna just jump in the car and drive off. And I told her, I said, if it's always too late, you can always come get me because I drive with my license. I'm not trying to get my license suspended or anything, but at the same time, respectfully, you know, I respect my wife and her boundaries. If she don't want me out that late, then I'm not drinking as much and, just more or less playing and talking junk and then coming home. Because majority of the time I go out, it be nothing but the fellas. Oh, I'm the young guy, 40 years old out of all the other guys. I think, what is it? My partner Ken, he 49. He about to be 50 this next year. The
And
other
that's me, man.
guy
I hang out with
is,
my father's friends. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? See?
I'm gonna
yeah,
teach
all
y'all a
those
trick.
guys.
Now, Puffy, you ain't married no more, but shit, I'm gonna teach you a trick. So you got to get all your stuff in, but here's the way. But see, I'm a little antisocial, so I hang out with the fellas. But after a while, I'd be like, all right, I want to go home and either be laid up with my wife or be alone. I like to be. I was the only child, and I was alone a lot, so I don't mind being alone sometimes. Though I need a lot of social interaction because I was devoid of that as a youth. But one thing I do is I tell them my boys I got 11 o'clock curfew. I gotta be home by 11 o'clock, and they be like, "Oh, you whooped. Your wife is the warden master." And I'd be like, "Yep, warden master calls. I got to go." And
Yeah,
my wife hates it because I blame it. And she'd be like, "Stop telling them I'm the reason you come home." I'd be like, "Nope, they gonna keep calling me whip," and I'm be like, "Yep," and go on home. And they gonna sit their ass there with their subscription to P Hub. So
yeah.
And you
I,
know
I
what, man?
don't care what none of those guys say.
It's
Go ahead.
certain things that you just don't do in a marriage. You get what I'm saying? So that's why so many dudes are in very bad situations now, unless they have that understanding. Like some African men have like three, four, five wives, even in America, or hey, I run this, but sometimes even your money can't run it, even though you pay the cost to be the boss financially. I mean, are you there for your children and for your wife
yeah,
mentally? See, because you could be a father in the home, and this is the problem we have a lot around here. A lot of guys are saying, "Oh man, I grew up with a father in the home." Then you got some guys that didn't grow up with the father in the home, but they don't understand too. Like just because the father's in the home, it doesn't mean that the father is present, meaning mentally. He could be mentally checked out, just not there at all, you know.
facts. He was like physically there but not mentally present or not even interactive, because especially with older folks, guys who are in their 50s and such, they've dealt with dads who went to work, shit, not even older 50. I got homeboys who are 40, and we're used to our father. Well, I didn't have my father in my life, but our fathers would go to work, come home, drink a Bud Light, spark a joint, be in the room. They didn't really interact with, their sons, right? Except if it's time to dole out a spanking. Hey, boy, I heard you did bad on your report card. Your mama said you got into a fight in school, whatever, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
And then I had to dole out punishment. But for the most part, I was going to work and coming home. And I actually seen that happen again with my homeboy and his two sons. And he was like, "Yeah, I feel terrible because I wasn't there for that." Like now they're about to go to college. One just went to college, the other is in his senior year of high school. He's like, "Man, I feel terrible. I wasn't really in the boy's life." And I was like, "Yes, you were." And he was like, "No, I was there like my father." So yeah, I was always at work or something, but I wasn't like there. I mean, yeah, I made it to a lot of events, but I didn't make it to the shit that I was mad that my dad didn't make it to.
But you
right?
know
And
what,
he
though, Alonzo, they still have a chance because those boys grew up good, grew up nice, and once they get to college and do the things that they need to do, they're gonna be able to understand. I'm more of the person, I've said this before, who want the understanding of the why than to point the finger. You know what I'm
oh
saying?
yeah.
Now, at least these boys are not in the streets. They're not out there just doing any and everything. Now, I see some of these dudes, even online, on these panels. Oh yeah, my father was in my life, but they bitch made. They got this attitude like a woman. I mean, the things that they do and the things they say and how they shit on other black men for their fathers not being in their lives. Apparently something is wrong because you turned out the way you are and you online doing all this crazy shit. You know, the father must have not taught you certain things, how to have conversation with men and and really have a great dialogue without
Well,
arguing. You know how what they do.
no, understood. That's the purpose of things like this, right? Panels like this, where we don't even have to concern ourselves with, what's happening, right? So, especially with like things like fashion, like ironically enough, if you look at both of, well, most all of our avatars, we're actually all fashioned up. I see the specs, or what they call them in Detroit, buffs, right? Um, and things like I was having a conversation with a gentleman the other day, um, and I was talking about the custom suit, and he made a comment about, wow, these are the conversations I should have been having with my father. And I was like, wow, what do you mean? And it was about, like I was talking to him about the suit that I had was Super 170s, right? And I was like, now for starters, maybe you'll go to like Men's Warehouse or Joseph A. Bank, and you can find yourself something in Super 120s, because that suit that I had custom was X amount of dollars, right? Because these are things, ironically enough, that Kevin Samuels was talking about in his content. Things your dad should have told you, right? When he's telling men about dress. Now he was telling men to go to suit supply as opposed to a tailor, right? Where a tailor is gonna truly tell you, I can't recall the term you said, but where you have one shoulder that's up and one shoulder that's down. Well,
Asymmetrical.
isometrical. So, like for example, I'm isometrical. I found that out when I went to my suit first in New York, and then when I went here to get this suit custom made, and they were like, "Oh, did you have a sports injury or something in my shoulder where I got shot?" Because they were like, "Oh, one shoulder is higher than the other, so we're gonna have to pad this to make the shoulders even when we make your suit, just so you know." But
Hold up, Alonzo. You know your stuff, man. You making me smile over here because I'm gonna tell you. I think that every man in once in his life should have a tailored suit. Now, some men are not men who wear suits, and that's okay. See, but that's where I come in at. Whether you the man that's in uniform every day and you come home, you go to work, you're a driver like she, or I'm that brother to say, okay, man, look, this is why it's important to have X, Y, Z, you know, for different events. This is nothing you put on every day. Like at first, I thought that suit that was shown, I thought it was shown by Simon because Simon, that's a British look.
yeah, I
I,
like
you know,
English. I like English style.
yeah, that's a fly as coat, the
Going
blue
on,
That's
coat.
why I would like
Alonzo.
Thomas Pink.
Yeah, the buttons were red. Now that's something I would rock.
Thank you.
Well, you know fashion as well, bro, because your homie is a designer and he does all these tailored suits.
Well, he know fashion. I don't know nothing about fashion. I just I ain't even gonna take that credit because I, I look at y'all and be like, all right, no, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what he doing. That's what I'm gonna do. But no, I like the English style. That's very much like my homeboy has a very Italian style, which is cool, and it would fit on my frame now because I'm slender. But the English style fits with all frames.
Well, not really. Now it depends on the body type. It really doesn't, because English style is more like small up and down, and it's super small
Okay.
at when it comes to the pants. Now the coat is fitted mainly, but and then some of the pants are like above the ankle. So
Oh,
for a dude that wants to wear a suit like that, I would say make sure that it is form fitting that complement your body, but not too tight. If you know what I'm saying, if you have a certain shape that is not flattering to the suit. You don't let the suit wear you, you wear it.
copy. So yeah, I guess I do know a little bit, right? Talking about Super 120s and such. But I learned that ironically enough at a young age. Like a lot of brothers will wear Stacy Adams. Nothing wrong with Stacy Adams, but that's a starter, right? That's to start, right? Like the
Talk my
shoes, they're
language
great.
now.
They're great to look good in, but you don't want to wear them for more than 2 hours, right?
But guess what though? But guess what though? Stacy Adams have made shoes for every man of every walk of life, whether it's
Oh yeah.
the low balling of Stacy Adams, all the way to the high end. I've seen some Stacy Adams that was every bit of from $500 to $800. And that's
Oh,
the
I
high
gotta
end.
go back on Stacy now.
Yeah. Now I have some Stacy Adams, but they right like in the middle, because of what they're made of. You know, um, they do have
Oh, I
replicas of
used to
Stacy.
have these dragon. What they were black with blue denim with the dragon print on them, and they had the jeans to match. Stacy, I used to rock the hell out of some Stacy's in the early 2000s during like the 2010s during the Ed Hardy era, right after everybody was wearing Ed Hardy.
See, a man like you have to put on Johnston and Murphy's and Jose Banks
Yeah,
and Britches for Men.
I haven't heard of Birches.
All Britches for Men is comparable to Robert Wayne and all those different designers that do things
Understood.
where, yeah, where you could do, you could be in the field as a corporate man, or a man that's just like in between casual. You could take it off and then switch it up and wear it to the club at night.
And that's why we love Stacy.
Yeah.
Plus, there were some interchangeable things. Like I said, man, listen, I had these loafers. I used to stay in. See, I used to work at Macy's on Herald Square,
I
so
remember you told me.
I used to stay in everything. And then, when you make money, I was making about 50 grand, so I would go shopping at Macy's because I'm there all day, and then you have to look a certain way, obviously. So. You got especially being in the middle of Manhattan, and then Fashion Ave and all that stuff is right there. So it did rub off, which is kind of cool. But those are things like what Quafinino is breaking down with us on fashion. Right? Like he said, not all men are fully into suits, though every man should have about 3 suits at least, for different reasons and occasions. Like you don't really want to wear your funeral suit to a wedding unless you absolutely have to, but they should be a little bit different. Um,
Yeah,
and
you know what? That is true. I would tell any man that has children that's about to graduate from high school or any graduation, a certain event, look around at the other fathers, especially if you feel a little bit out of place. The whole point is you're there for your child, but at the same time, don't show up at your child's graduation in the cheap different color linen suits that you could buy for $50. The thin ones that are like with the pants and the short sleeve shirt. It's more the pimp suit, with the alligator shoes,
hey, I
the
like
fake
them
alligator
linen
shoes.
suits.
Yeah,
Doing
but
them in the
some
Bahamas
yeah, but sometimes
Yeah,
them linen suit is better than Jordans and
with the Grill
throwback.
Master 3000.
That's true, She. That's true. I'm not saying go spend $1 million. I mean, come to me, I can take you shopping. Not saying you, She, but just in general. I know how to put it together when it comes to for every event. Put it that
But
way.
Nino, can you also talk to the fellas about this, right? Because one thing you said was that fellas don't always rock with wearing the suits when getting things custom. Can you let them know though? You can go and get jeans custom made, right? So you ain't even got to wear a belt no more because the
They have a,
jeans is
yeah, they have a certain suit. Well, I think it's appropriate to wear a belt. Sometimes the belt will come with it. I say if you a man, you know that you don't wear cloth suits, as in cloth, and you just do denim. They do have denim suits, a whole blue jean suit that you could rock. And put a Torino mock on. Like a Torino mock is something like a half turtleneck that's more like a short sleeve. And you wear it under there if you don't want to wear a tie. Or a real nice bamboo cotton T-shirt up under it.
big pants. I've been into the V-necks recently. I've been just wearing Calvin Klein V-necks under my blazers.
Well, the V-necks are okay, but it depends on what your body type is. Because if you're a man that has gynecomastia at the chest, it looks feminine. So don't wear a V-neck if you have gynecomastia at the chest. Because it looks like you got a
Man
good.
boobs.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So that right there is not a good look, unless you're gonna put a wife beater up under it.
Yeah, nah, I get you. I don't think I have that issue.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just saying in general, because the neckline is so important. Neckline to look when I put on certain things, man, the neckline is so important now because I don't like the neckline to droop down too far for me because my neck sometimes looks a look in between masculine and then it could look kind of slim. I don't like that. Sometimes when I'm in a suit, I want my damn neck to look like I'm a football player. you know, but I don't have that.
So you like that linebacker neck?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I want that look. I don't want it to be too slim.
So then generally with your suits, you do no shoulder pads and like a slanted shoulder?
I will do shoulder pads. It depends on the style of suit. If the style of suit is more made on 80s, I would rock that. But it would be not nothing that's past the waist. Past where I wear where I wear it's not the natural waist. Natural waist is at the actual navel. Up under the navel is where that's your comfortable waist. So anything that's at my comfortable waist and I'm wearing something like some shoulder pads because it doesn't look masculine when it's it looks masculine, but it looks more like those boxy 1990 suits that are too big and overly sized. And thank God they ain't shiny, but a lot of guys, they make that mistake because they don't know their coat size. Like me, I'm a 42 through 44.
You know why? Because they base their suit size on their pant size, or they be like, I wear a small, medium, large. Like, bro, I used to be a 46 regular.
I remember you told us that.
And now I'm a 36. I was down to damn near 32, but then I gained some weight back, thank God. And now I'm like a 30. Technically, I'm a 36, but I fall between a 35 and a 37. The reason I can't say 36 is because the way I have big, broad ass shoulders. Yeah. But I'm a tiny, tiny guy otherwise.
Yeah, I am a 34. I'm a 34. I ain't no tall ass nigga. I ain't tall.
Wow, you're only a 34. I thought you look bigger than that on camera.
Look, TV game. When you see me in person, you're like, damn, this little nigga. So I'm 34 waist and I'm a 44 like 30 42 44 like chest, for the coat.
Okay, yeah, no, so I thought you were saying you was a 34 coat. No, see, I'm like a 32 waist.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I'm littler than you. That's why I was like, hell no, you ain't no 34. I'm a 36. You're talking about 34 waist. Bro, I'm like a 32 waist. Actually, technically, in Levi's, now I'm telling on myself, I only wear specific brands. But in Levi's, I wear 31. 3130.
Okay, yeah, you super slim. You could wear anything. I can make anything for you because you super slim, but my aesthetic is for the big boys. Size 36 through 45. You know,
Oh
but
wow.
I've
So
never
yeah, those are
gotten
good
to
sizes.
45. You know, because the thing is with certain type of men, it depends. Your waist could be, and I've said this before, your waist could be 34, 36, and everything else could be 38, 40, due to your legs and everything else.
Yeah, I
You know,
was telling a lot of guys that. So if you are gonna go buy off the rack, you'll have to buy what they call suit separates, which means that you're gonna have to buy the pants and the jacket and or the vest separately, depending on if it's a 3-piece or a 2-piece. Can
and
you
Macy's
break that
offered
down,
at an
Coffee?
INC. Macy's offered at an INC, fellas.
I
So if you
love
want to buy,
INC.
me too,
What
man.
about bar 3? See,
Like
I'm small, so I can fit all that shit. I just thought about it because when I was bigger, I would never wear bar 3 or INC or club room. But now, well, I would wear club room because it was better for bigger guys. But
look, you're classy ass nigga. You have club room. Well, club room is for the white man
oh,
that's vacation,
bro, I was
town
wearing
and country.
Tasso Elba.
Okay,
That's
okay.
my shit. I love me some Tasso Elba.
Anything that is, and I'm not just a brand. Don't get me wrong, fellas. I'm not just a brand person. Although I have brands, I'll go to the thrift store if the shirt has a good fit and it fits right. I'm gonna buy it. You know,
I'm a
it's all
brand
about
nigga.
the
I ain't
fit.
even gonna lie to you. No,
But we don't took it all the way to fashion. We was in gardening. We took it to Jeannie Ma. Now we in fashion. What you want us to talk about? Are you gonna close out?
Yeah, I'm about to get ready to close out in a minute, but basically, I mean, that's like with me with my different sizes and my suits. Like I wear a size 40 in pants, but
Okay.
I think I wear with a last time I did a coat size was it 52?
Okay, you're a
thank
big
you.
dude
Uh,
at the top.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
see,
yeah,
yeah,
you
see,
way
I got
bigger up top.
what is your
I got
height? What is your height?
5'11", but I
Okay,
about five about six really, but it's 5'11 and a half.
you big
Lonzo,
up
And
top.
what's your height, Lonzo?
5'8", 5'9".
Okay, me and you about the same height. I'm just a little bit shorter than you.
Yeah.
yep, and see,
Okay.
I was 275, but I'm two. I think I was 263 last time I stepped on the
See, and the
scale.
thing is, with men, our weight look different. So my thing
Yeah.
is, you got a lot of men that be worried about their weight. That's just your makeup. If you're a dude that has a big bone structure, that could be bone and water weight and just weight period. But the weight still could look okay even in different places on your body.
I need to get
Yeah,
So
a
cause
custom shirt.
the crazy
You
part
know,
about this
on my
is
phone.
with my matter of fact, Kane to God and Gold P met me in person. When I
yeah,
told them I was 275, they was like, "Get the hell out of here, man! You not that big. I seen you in real life." I said, "Man, everybody I talked to, I got a guy that one of the old heads I know. He about 63. This guy told me
mhm,
he is 258, and I swear this guy look bigger than me. He looks bigger than me, but he's
Do
258." And I was like, "What? Like,
you
I
work
don't
out?
know." Yeah, I don't work out as much, but I do like a job that's strenuous, so I'm always lifting and moving things. So
Maybe that's
I
why you're
keep
so
I
heavy. It's
keep that
muscle.
same weight. Yeah, it's a lot of muscle. I keep the same weight because man, back in the day, like I slowed down. I do it every once in a while, but dude, like, what was it when we first moved in here? I say about 3 years ago. I literally took a stove and picked it up and brought it up the stairs by myself.
Well,
damn
damn.
boy. Because I ain't gonna lie, shit. I thought you run about 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
See,
that's I used to do that for moving, so I always had that muscle, and so that's why I say a lot of
that's why your
that's
upper body is a little bit bigger than your
Yeah,
the waist down.
yeah.
Because
yeah.
your
Because I
upper body
wore a
is bigger.
40 waist, but I only wore a 46 jacket.
Yeah. See,
Nah, dude, I'm bigger.
you had the endomorph body shape.
Okay.
And
They
even with
got the
my neck
endomorph.
for
Yeah.
a shirt, I think I wear like an 18, but the length is so
Woo.
crazy.
What's your
Like, cause
length?
my neck is huge. Like, I mean, like, Nino was talking about the linebacker and all that neck. That's how big my neck is. So every time I go get my neck measured. Everybody's like, "Woof, man, you will tear up a
But it
shirt, boy."
probably line up. It probably line up with the shirt though. See, because the thing is, even with a man like you, they still make shirts like that will fit you, dress shirt. So if you do get a dress shirt, you have to go to Jose Banks and get the wrinkle free. Get the
Mm,
Jose Bank wrinkle free shirt.
mercerized cotton.
Yeah, or either you can go to even Men's Warehouse.
Go to
Yeah,
Macy's and get Tasso Alba.
D and
and
K,
that
D and K have your size too.
yeah,
Oh
D and
yeah,
K do.
KNG too.
Yeah,
Yep.
I go to both of them, but my friend, he actually goes to Men's Warehouse and Joseph, was it Joseph E. Bank?
Joseph A.
Hey, man,
Bank.
yeah,
Joseph A.
they
Bank. And the
they're a little
crazy
bit high.
part, he buys the shirts when they're on sale because it was crazy. The guy came to him because he had messed up his like I think five of his shirts at the dry cleaners. So the guy
Mm,
was like, "Man, I can only pay you." He said, "I know these shirts are more than that, but I only could pay you like $80 a shirt if that's okay." He's coming to him like, "If that's okay." He was like, "Well, I guess so because they are used shirts." He
Are they
bought those
silk?
shirts. I think they were that one of them was probably silk, but the other one is just high end cotton or
mm.
something, polyester, whatever they had made it out of. But it's a
Usually
it's
they're
a
high
high
in
end
cotton.
brand because
Man, let me tell you something. I
the
bought a
shirts are like
goddamn shirt.
$200 and 150 a shirt.
I damn. I bought a shirt
Yes.
from because it was polo. Stupid me. Out of Mark Shells when they used to be called Mark Shells in Macy's. I mean in
Mm.
Lenox. Mark Shells was a high end store where white men shop. And I was like, fuck that. I like this. It's made for white men, but I'm gonna wear this shit too. Because I didn't understand natural fibers at the time, I bought the shirt and I ended up putting a hot ass iron to raw silk and burnt
Uh,
the hole in the goddamn shirt, and the shirt was $250. I was pissed off. And that's when
wow.
I had to learn about, natural fibers, fabrics, and men's fashion.
Right.
Yeah,
What up, brother?
What's up,
yeah, that
You
Ryan?
know,
happened. Go ahead.
m- what I was so she what I was gonna say was so for brothers built like you, so I say I'm a brand person, but there's a reason behind brands, right? So people have to understand brand loyalty is not just, hey, I like this brand because it's this brand, but I like this brand because it's this brand. And what I mean is, for example, when I was portly or heavier, when I was size 46, I tended to wear a lot of Michael Kors shirts and suits because the way Michael Kors is cut, it's cut for a portly gentleman. So now that I'm slender, I tend to wear a lot of Calvin Klein. If I'm going to wear a brand, I will wear like a Calvin Klein suit because they're going to be, or who else? Like INC or Bar 3, right? Because I'll say Calvin Klein because they're a little more slender and tight fitting, right? And they're built for a slimmer frame, so it looks good on my body. Not to say that Michael Kors doesn't look good on me anymore, but it looked better if I had a fuller body because I'd fill out that suit. Just like for me with shirts, so you have the nightmare with your neck, right? But your arms fill the shirt. I have the opposite, right? I wear a 15 and a half neck. So my neck is tiny, right?
Damn
But
boy, I'm
because of that,
16 and a half.
damn. But
Yeah.
my arms never fill out the shirt. So I'm swimming in the arms. Now the sleeve length might be perfect, but the arm is too damn big. And it looks like I'm parachuting in because I'm too skinny.
But the thing is, it's your neck at times, and sometimes you even with the suit that because I seen you with a suit coat on before, and the suit coat was a little bit too big.
Yeah,
So and the shirt too, because
yeah.
I see some guys are buying the wrong shirt. Now the body of the shirt, the bodice front and back, the center mass of the shirt, and from bicep to bicep, tricep to tricep. Am I saying it? No, bicep. Yeah. Uh, you across the chest, you may fit that, you may fill that out, but the neck may be a little too small. My brother, he's like that. And imagine, him, he's a police officer. He was a police officer for DeKalb County in Atlanta. And he used to take all of his uniforms and get the neck uh pulled in. you know, and you can do that,
Yeah.
you know.
So you're
So
saying I should probably go, but see, that's the so because like if I go small, if I go to a 15, I feel like I'm gonna bust out of the shirt in the chest, like you said,
no, just
right?
adjust the neck, adjust the neck. Keep your
That's what I'm saying in the neck. If I do it, because I do normally a 15.5 neck because a 15 feels too tight on my neck. But so I should go down from a 15.5 to a 15. But in the 15, it feels because usually I like a long
Oh, wait, wait,
sleeve,
wait.
so
You
I
know
go.
what I think? You know what I think? I think I'm misunderstanding. So, in other words, you're saying you are your neck size is right, but the actual shirt is not big enough on the on the chest.
No, so the chest is fine, right? But my arms, like I'll get the perfect sleeve length. Like I like a longer sleeve, so I wear a 34, 35, even though I could wear a 32, 33, but I like to show off the
Your
wealth that I
watch.
have.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so
And
I
cufflinks.
I extend my sleeve to show that I'm wealthy, right? So um,
And the
it's the
beads,
little
all of
things.
that. Yeah, I do that too for my beads. But what
Oh,
I do now, because I buy suit coats by just to wear by themselves,
yeah.
and I will roll the sleeves. I roll the sleeves up in the suit coat and wear a Torino mock and rock some
Okay.
nice tuxedo pants and maybe some slide in loafers.
Shh. See, man. When you gonna start your fashion channel, bro?
Hey, we look. It's all in the making right now, but I'm dealing with the issues right now of the trailer that I need to continue to fulfill. I'm working on fashion. Because I've been disappointed in some of the magazines how they're feminizing black men. So I will be
Mm,
talking about that, and I will be
okay.
calling out brands. They may be getting pissed off with me, but I got to call out brands. And I don't think it's right because for one, you can wear what you want to wear as a man, but know your color palette, know what makes your body look right. A light skinned dude uh, that's more on the thick side has no business wearing fuchsia
Uh,
hot pink shorts, and you see that out here a whole
oh,
bunch. And these are dudes with girlfriends.
see, no, I don't think I will wear pink shorts.
You know, if you rock them with something that has a little bit of print to them. Like I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna get on the
Like
camera
the
and show you.
Tigers or something.
I'll rock some shit that's like
Like the
comic book.
Pops.
I'll rock some shit that's like comic book, like because I still dress young still. Hold up. Like like this color here. Like this color here. I'll rock something like this with some kind of color to
That
it.
shit kind of fire though.
Yeah, you know, something like that, you know. But even these are too big for me now. I have to get them taken in, you know, and I'm gonna take them in myself because I've been had these for a minute. You know, I only wear them when I at a certain time. You know.
You know what? You got me inspired. I gotta see if I could get back with my man's too. My man's out in Atlanta
Oh yeah.
and connect
When you
y'all because
when you referred me to his site, man, I was like, this dude is doing it. I like the way how he matched him and his son up. You know,
yeah.
and he the only one that could do that shit now. He could put on a pink shirt and still look fly in it. You know?
Well, he's got the body type.
Yeah, he do.
Yeah.
He's super duper slim.
Yeah.
You
He's
know?
definitely got the body type for that. And he's always been built like that. So he's lucked out with that. I like I said, I was portly, right? So I didn't have that build. So my confidence, obviously, now that I'm a little more slender, is a little different. Um, but man, listen, actually, gentlemen, get and Andrew Tate said this, and it doesn't matter if
And
you're large or small, right? But the best way to look good in a suit is to work out because then you'll fill out a suit much more. Whether you're slender like me or bigger like she, or anywhere in between, or larger or smaller. If you
I
work out
say,
and get your body physically fit, for whatever body type you have, your clothing will fit you better.
And I believe that too, but that could fluctuate. That could be up and down. So I say your natural body size. Keep that suit. You know what I'm saying? Because working out will cause you to have to be like tailored. If you're a dude that just really, really have areas where your body just swell up, you got to be careful with that too. You know, like, so get a suit that's gonna fit you, whether you're getting a little bit bigger, just slightly bigger, or you're staying at that size, or maybe even a little bit smaller. Because regardless to how big you are, how small you are, you're still gonna need room, you know, in your suit. You got to
Okay.
think about things that you're putting on. You got to think about the shirt, the layers that you're putting on up under the suit.
Mm,
And I even rock prints. I rock prints, like things like this.
that's fire though. I love the lumberjack.
You know, and see, it's short length too. It's not long.
Man.
You know, that's
Now
that's
see,
that,
I'm
that's that.
different with that. I would wear a long jacket like that, but most of my wait, that's the blazer or just a print jacket,
It's
print
a
shirt.
blazer. Yeah, it's a
Oh,
blazer.
okay, then nah, I wouldn't wear it past my waist. I would wear the same length as you.
Yeah,
That shit is fire.
yeah. And sometime, man, you'll find me. I buy limited edition stuff from box stores, like in Hollywood. Like I shop at an Adidas in Hollywood that's different. Certain colors look good on me, and you'll find me. I do some bold shit like this, like this particular Adidas uh, uh, limited edition
You're
LA.
fine.
You know, because I like the bowling look and the casino look because I live
Okay.
out here.
Mixed with
And
like the Jamaican colors with the
yeah, yeah,
Brazilian. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
That's fire though.
yeah. So I got a lot of little different stuff going on. I even bought this here. I never wore
Erica.
this one here. Let me take it out so I can.
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice. Wow.
Oh man.
Hey, Quaff, I forgot the designer. Um, you heard of the brand Paisley and Gray?
Oh yeah, that's my favorite, man. That's my
I'm
favorite.
trying to think who did they branch off from to start because they branched off from some big name. Um, but all I know is I love Paisley and Gray, and they're
Oh yeah,
affordable.
yeah, and they have just about they have clothing for just about every man there is, whether you're short, tall. You may find a few big pieces in there, you know, here and there. Usually, you have to get them ahead of time. See, now if they got something I like, and I end up I'm not able to get it. I'll buy the big size and I'll chop it up and make it down to my size.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Oh, I can probably do that now that I've got my tailors and stuff. Cause
yeah,
now they got my size, so I can buy shit bigger, and just be like, yeah, make this fit me.
yeah. And I'm even wearing now. I find myself when I wear suits, even to work, I'll rock like the leather Chuck Taylors.
Whew.
Yeah.
All right, Coffee, answer me this, right? Because um on my Facebook, there's a brother who issued a challenge to other black men, right?
Yeah.
And he's in politics in Brooklyn, New York. He works in the political realm. So he normally is suit and tie attire anyhow. But he is also a Rasta and has a beard and dreadlocks down to his ankles, right? Or at least down to his waist. Let me not embellish.
Yeah.
But he's challenging brothers to step up our attire and wear suit and tie because he has that argument of, you know, if we look a certain way, we'll start to carry ourselves a certain way. And he says he gets fought back with the argument from brothers, hey, well, regardless of if we was wearing a suit and a tie back in the days, Amiri, what up? We used to get, we got hung then. And while that's true, and I'm not getting at you for dressing young or anything like that, because I would dress like that too. But in certain arenas and for certain purposes, right? We used to see 40-plus-year-old men dress a certain way, and
Yeah,
we really don't see that anymore, right? They're more dressing like you are. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but that might be why we're seeing diminishing returns on things, because they're not able to distinguish between a 19-year-old and a 39-year-old, right? Not
Go
casting
ahead.
aspersions. Go ahead.
No, I was just letting you finish. Go ahead.
Oh, not casting aspersions, but there was a reason we called them Uncle 3000s, right? The barbecue sandals, right? You know
yeah.
what I mean?
And you know what? We still need those men, because there's a style for everybody. Everybody don't have to be the same, because sometimes you can find something that fits you well, to
Yeah.
the point where it's more like, well, man, I found my niche. You may think that's the fly shit you ever had, because finally you found something that looks good for your own style. You know,
Mm.
I've seen people. I've seen a dude that said, "Damn, I like the way these fit. I'm gonna buy every color." You
Yeah.
know, so, and those sandals that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Even like what Stan just saying in there about wearing suits. I typically wear 3 buttons. I've been wearing them ever since I was probably 23 or so. Because my thing of it was I hung around a lot of older guys, and they never really diss my look, but they always told me, as time, when you evolve, when you get older, you got to be a little wiser. The cliche of everything. As you're a child, you do childish things, but as you become a man, you put away your childish ways and evolve. And that's why I started wearing a lot of 3 button up golf shirts. I have a plethora of them in my closet, whether it be from any place I can find discount, Ross, TJ Maxx,
Hey.
Walmart. Walmart sell Jack Nichols and stuff sometimes. But the thing is, more or less, they're breathable shirts. I like the comfort. As a big guy, I sweat, and the dry fit on them. It comes in handy.
You might
And
like
two of
going
the
to Old Navy for their pillows.
I'm an
nah
Adidas
that
guy, so anything that I wear, you'll find me like it has to be comfortable. I bought
exactly.
when I sweat, I have to wear jersey type fabric,
Material. Yeah.
like with the holes in it. So I found this here. This is a
Fire.
yeah. It has the holes in it. If you can see
I
through
see
it.
it on this side.
Yeah. So anything that's like that, that's cool, I could rock it, but you can't wear that shit when you in the city. Like you could wear it maybe for a few hours and then you're gonna be cold. So you wear a coat here year round out here in San Francisco.
Uh,
Yeah.
But even that's the thing, with that the 3 buttons I have, those Jack Nicholsons, they have that type of breathe material
material.
in
Yeah.
there. Yeah, so that's why
Cause
I'm
they real
always
golf
constantly wearing
shirts.
them. Yeah, and so you get that material to wear when those golfers are out there playing. So that's why I love those. I don't have any problem with them. With the breathing, they're cool. Even went to a point of me wearing my pants. I'm particular into a lot of Under Armour. Like I do wear the Under Armour golf
You wear the
shirts.
dry fit
They're
stuff.
Yep, yep. It's a relatively a little higher. The pants, the Under Armour pants, I mostly wear those. I got a plethora of Under Armour khakis, Under Armour dress pants, and things of that nature. My long as my shirt is more or less 3 button up, I can wear, swap it up with some blue jeans. Mostly I wear a lot of casual pants anyway, Dickie style, but not the
The
hard
hard
work
fabric.
looking material. Yeah, the hard
Yeah,
fabric
but
is
you know
more of
what
the
though,
soft,
Chief? That
soft
is
fabric.
that is a that is a such style, because even out here you find a lot of the Latinos, especially the Chicanos, like the real Mexican type dudes who are like uh that came from a gang member style, with the Dickies, They wear that with the khaki pants and the Converse out here, and maybe a hat to the back.
Man,
Yeah, with the
You know, or
Cortezes, the dope man.
Cortez, yeah.
But that's fly though. But they have changed that style. What is some of the work gear that a lot of men buy? It
Carhartt.
has a little it has a little monkey on it, on the
Uh,
tag.
I thought you was talking about Carhartt. I'm not sure
Yeah,
what the one with the monkey is.
I don't know
Yeah,
about the monkey one, but a lot of them is more the
but it's just
Carhartt.
like Dickies, but it's more. The style of it is more fitted. It's really nice. I bought one myself. I haven't worn it yet, but it pops. You know, you can rock that.
Mm.
If it's all black, put you on a pair of khaki shorts and whatever shoes you're gonna rock. You know, whether they Vans or they Jordans. I don't do Jordans that much, although I do have Jordans. They're like limited
I
edition
just
Jordans.
got some 6 rings.
You know, like even you'll always find me with some kind of Adidas, even in the video, in my trailer on my
These-
channel. These are limited edition. I don't know if y'all saw me with these on, but they multicolored.
Yeah.
You know, they got different colors.
I gotta get me some new shoes now. Think about it, cause I just got a new blazer, so I gotta get a new pair of feet. I
Man,
gotta get some year-round. I gotta go. Actually, I'm gonna go to the store and just have them make me a custom pair of soft bottoms, cause that's the new thing with suits. And I think I'm gonna change my style and stop wearing jeans. I'm gonna go have them make me a couple pairs of. Actually, I'm gonna just go to Walmart and buy like 20 pairs of khakis and wear khakis every day instead of jeans.
And guess what, though? You don't even have to do that, Lonzo. You can go to Plato's Closet if y'all have one out there, and you could
look at
find
these.
some of the more nice ones. And oh, okay,
If you
Plato's
see the
Closet.
fabric,
yeah.
the
Oh, I like
fabric on
them.
them is like some type of chalk, and
Oh,
this is the
okay,
regular.
Oh damn.
It's cloth. It's
I like
actually
them.
it's actually
Oh,
cloth, and
let me find, look, see, let me find out you've been shopping in the hoops section
Oh,
of Foot Locker.
oh,
The expensive
like
ones, the limited edition.
I think
wow.
these ain't about like 150, 200. Ain't that much, but
For
you know,
I
sneakers,
have the
I spend $80 for sneakers.
like
well,
with
if they
these are
quality,
probably the yeah.
if
Go
they
ahead.
quality, I'll pay for them. I say if they quality, I'll pay for them. I have the Spike Lee Nikes, and I've been had them for some years now. Uh, they cloth just like what you have. They the Spike Lees, but they 1986. Let me show you what they look like, and I can take them anywhere and trade them in, and I'll get at least $300 to $400 for them.
You talking about the Spike Jordans? Oh no,
Uh,
them
No,
them
Spike
the
Lee,
dunks.
yeah,
Yeah, them the dunks. Okay.
but
Yeah,
okay.
these
but
are not Jordans. These are Spike Lees.
yeah, but other than that, man, I mostly have like a lot of casual. I got some Pumas, um, they casual. I got the dress shoes. I got cold. Most I got a lot of dress shoes. Those Nikes, and oh yeah, I'm in the Skechers now. So I got like tons of Skechers because I like the comfortable fit. I work in the Skechers shoes. Like I can grab a pair of Skechers right now because I tore them things up. And they're actually casual Skechers, but the way they walk feel on my feet, I just wear them. Even to the point of my other Skechers I have that are basketball Skechers that have the little uh spring in the back. Well, not spring, but more or less the what is it called? Like the air bubble type in the back. Those
Yeah.
Skechers, like man, I just rock Skechers now, especially when I work in them because I like the way they comfort my feet. God damn it! I just hit my bottle.
You know what, man? I'm so glad that we all talking about our style because it fits us. You know, a lot of cats, you know, they like to rag on certain brands, you know, because trust me, I'm not going to buy a brand that don't feel good on my feet, you know.
Yeah. I ain't even got sneakers like that. I got some shoes though. I got these old ass Bostonians.
But okay, I like Bostonians.
Mm.
Yeah,
Uh, and
I like
then
some of them.
these I actually wore at my wedding. These are Calvin Kleins.
Well, we can't see nothing. It's dark.
We can't see you.
Y'all can't see me?
No.
Hold on. Damn. How about now?
No, I don't know what happened to you, man. You just completely off the camera.
Hmm.
Yeah. You completely off the camera. Oh,
What about now?
we see you. Turn it on though. Turn your camera on so we can see.
I just turned it on. It's off?
Yeah, it's a dysfunction.
All right, what about now?
I see you, but not the camera
Now
on.
you see the thumbnail of you.
Okay. Now is the camera on?
You got a
No.
cover. Do you have a cover over your
No,
phone?
but the camera, I see me.
Switch.
No,
You might have
dude.
to switch. You might have to switch your camera
Hold
from
on,
the
I'm gonna
front to
just
the
leave
back.
and come back. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
man.
like,
I like that y'all do things in y'all comfortability, one thing about it, we all got something different, you know.
even like with these shoes
My
right
my
here.
my, phone, my phone going dead. Hold on, I'm gonna have to get on a different camera now.
Okay. He coming back. There you go. We see him now.
All
See you,
right, you see
Lonzo.
me now?
Yeah. But even like these, on my camera. All right. Even
I
like
see
with
him.
those
Those Adidas?
nah, Adore. Just
Oh,
casual
shit.
shoes. I can wear, got the
Oh, those are
little
nice. They look comfortable as hell too.
bottom, comfortable, man. Look, I go to different events in them, and they casual, but they have like the bottom on there where I can run, and I use these from
Yeah.
when I go to like Top Golf, go to a wedding, even to a job interview. I can wear these because they look more casual than anything.
X, my fault. So I guess these were the Bostonians I was showing. Where'd Coffee go? He dropped off.
Yeah, he say he coming back. He's switching devices. All
So
right, there
these
you
are the
go, right there.
Bostonians, and then these are the Calvins I was showing y'all that I wore to my wedding.
Okay.
Right. Shit. I'm trying to think if
Hey,
I got.
fellas, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I
Oh,
can't hear
these are.
y'all. Let me go back out.
Yeah. These are my Penny Hardaways, the Palm Posits in black. And then my cat decided to go in my closet and try to jump on all my sneakers and stuff. And then these is another pair. I got like mad Bostonians because I like Bostonians. This is the cap toe, right? And then where's the other one? And then these are some Kohans though. This is another Kohan cap toe that I had
Yeah.
gotten. But this one is a black and the other one was burgundy. But I wanted to show y'all my sneaker realistically, which was this. Oh no, wait. I don't know where I put them, but I had these blue Roberto Cavalles that I wanted to show. That was like my fanciest sneaker. And then obviously, I got these which are Aston Grays. Oh,
Even with these are basic, you wouldn't even know the name of these if I told you.
what?
Perry Ellis.
What? Those are Perry
Hey,
Ellis?
man, I
Yep.
rock.
I'm about to
Look,
say it look like a chucker though.
Dude,
I like the
I know.
Perry Ellis cologne.
Hey, it's like a lot of times I might find little gems when I be out because my wife she shopping. Man, my wife, her closet, she be trying to act like I got a lot of clothes. Dude, my wife got two dresser drawers full of clothes, and she has a closet to herself. She kicked me out, and I'm in the closet that's up under the steps, the coat closet or the whatever type small closet. It's got two racks in there to where just enough to where I can put all my dress clothes in there, my street clothes, because I got a lot of street clothes I don't even wear no more, dude. Like my
And
jerseys, I can't even tell you. Like the last time I wore a jersey probably was Sunday for the football. But before that, probably like 2, 3 months ago. Like I got Brave jerseys, football jersey. I don't even wear the jersey no more because I'm like I said, I mostly wear my golf shirts because I even tell my kids that I done bought them like 3 button-up shirts. What is it? The Under Armour, and I told
oh,
them
word.
Man, guess
Calvin
what?
Klein.
Guess what? I got the I got an old school Harlem Globetrotter football, not well, basketball jersey. You remember the ones that used to be FUBU, the Fat
Oh,
Albert, and
wow.
all those? I
Yes, I
got that
used to love
motherfucker, man.
those.
I still got it, and I got a white boy right now that's in a fashion club that want to buy that motherfucker from me for $500, and I still I won't sell it to him.
For us, by us, sir.
Yeah, definitely. I'm
That
even
one.
fashionable when it comes to my fraternity when we have informationals and when we have conventions. You know, they're like, damn man, how you get that? See, because I don't like walking around like nobody else. I'm gonna show you my fraternity hat.
Okay.
And I made this.
See,
Look.
Nino, man, man, I'm really considering go ahead and just start me a brand. Cause it's a group down in Atlanta. I think they call Toolish or Toolish. They came out of Mobile, but Atlanta, where they got their brand kicking and starting it. And I'm like, dude, like I've been always want to go ahead and start me a fashion brand. I actually, when I was out of high school and I was making a good little bit of money, man, I had some shirts printed up. I had one company I was gonna start a LQM. It was like childhood friends, and so it was the nicknames of all us, and that was gonna be my, clothing brand. But since then, we kind of, dispersed. So I was like, well, I don't want to keep that name. So I started a name called Scarred Nation.
Okay.
And Scarred Nation is gonna be basically pitched on like the struggle in America and all that. And then on top of that, just the branding. And I was gonna tie that into We Here and make that as a a logo as well, like a signature
I think
line. We
you should
Here.
chop the names up and separate the names and separate the brands and have a brand for each cause, because you want to when you have names like that, you want to tie your brands to a cause. You
Hmm.
get what I'm saying? That way you can get people to back you, donate, because it takes a lot to do a fashion brand. If you don't actually know the people, fashion is more than just printing up t-shirts and all that. It's the fit of the shirt. That's why these
Yep.
shirts you see now, people think that some of these shirts are just ordinary t-shirts in the stores. They're
Hmm.
not. They're every bit of like $50 to $80 for a shirt. It's because of how the shirt was drafted. So that's important. Yeah, man. Look, when I come there, we'll get together and we can talk about some things. I could probably help you out, or we can even collab. That's no issue.
Cool. Cool.
See, for brothers like yourself, I don't mind, drafting your patterns and helping you get your line started. That's no issue. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm
I don't mind.
looking
I
at
don't
getting
mind
this.
doing that, because if you're gonna do it, you want the branding to be superior.
Yeah, I was already looking at getting a embroidery machine, and I was thinking about that, but then I found a website where they can print the patches for me for something I want to do. So that's even better, where I don't have to
But
get
you
the
know what, though,
machine.
they can print for you, but it's good to be able to do your own mock-ups, at home yourself, like you did those shorts you showed us the last time we was on. Remember, all of us here
Hmm.
was on the panel when you showed us the shorts that you made.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that's important too. Um, do your mock-ups first, and everything you do, document what you did, how you did it, so when it goes to the manufacturer, they'll know exactly how to do those in three different sizes. See, because when you're doing samples, you're doing like three different sizes. Then they go like extra large, they go like large, extra large, and double X if you're starting there. And then sometimes you got some people, they say, well, only small, medium, and large is marketable, but you'll find somebody say, damn man, it's fly. Why you don't have my size? So I would say, like a lot of people don't understand, a pattern maker is expensive. I'm a pattern maker, but at the same time, when you're when you hire a pattern maker, you want to know who you marketing to, because once you do the pattern, that's it. You know, they ain't gonna give a refund. They're not. You know.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
You know, and if you can collab with somebody, that'll be great. You know, like pitch to whichever audience you want to pitch to. Like I would do. I done dealt with Puffy, you know, back in the day with the music thing, but I would do some stuff like that with him, like music, not music anymore, but something like, you know, more like just fashion. You know, yeah, I would collab with Sean John, because I know black men bodies. I know what black men like to wear, and the sizes, you know, and what's important. You know, I watch what people do in the
One of
store.
my first double-breasted suits was a Sean John, and the only reason I got it was because it was double-breasted. But I also like Sean John. But I love the double-breasted look, which is going away.
Yeah, it is. But no. Let's not say it's going away, because there's somebody that's always going to like that style. You know what I'm saying? And what makes
White man.
and how you make your money out of that, Alonzo, is have less of it. If you have like more than 15 or 20 of them for starter, people are, if you have more than just that, people are probably like, oh, well, you know, this ain't worth that. The less you have, the more it's worth. You know, because it's
Sure.
limited. They say, damn, you know, this is all you had. Just when you think that people are not looking for something, they're always looking for something. Just put it that way.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, I found these INC shoes. I think you would like, Alonzo, because of the kind of work you do. I bought these. They
Good,
loafers.
because they flip on.
Oh, yeah,
Those are
they nice.
definitely nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
These are,
exactly like them Bostonians.
yeah. These right here, nice, but you have to see them close up. If you don't, you just think they're just some ordinary shoes.
They got the overlay in them, right?
Say it again. I never opened them. Yeah, that's my first time just taking them out the box. Even I wear some designers like these here. Everybody may have had these coaches, but I'm gonna get the bottom painted. This side here, the sole, is gonna be painted red. I'm gonna take them to a shoemaker and change the whole
Nice.
style of the shoe. You know, I'm gonna change the whole style of the shoe.
Yeah, and y'all got that out there in Cali, man.
So
They
you
got
talking my language when you talking. I love Coach. You know why? I fell in love with Coach because when me and my wife got together, that was actually her favorite brand. And then I got her into Michael Kors, but she's still in the Coach. I'm in the Coach heavier now, though.
I mean, I got something more expensive than that, but it's not even the expensiveness of it. It's just the style of it and how it look on me. See, a lot of people think you're buying brands because of everybody else, or oh man, you're trying to fit in. It's not about that. See, when I buy pieces, I buy like 1 or 2 pieces. Now, what you will find if you came here, you will find a lot of Adidas shit, limited
Yeah.
edition. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a Adidas fanatic.
My Adidas.
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend is one too. But yeah, I mean, the crazy part is, man, when you looking at a lot of different, clothes and selection, hey, it's all about the style, how you match it up, and how it looks. A lot of people don't have that eye. And that's why a lot of people generally buy off the rack. A lot of people can't match up clothes and do certain things because that's why I told you I was into fashion. That was my biggest thing. Straight out of high school was going to be a fashion designer. I ended up getting accepted into a fashion school, but once I started making money, I was like, man, I'd rather go ahead and just make this money than to go to college for fashion.
Yeah,
'Cause,
definitely. I feel it.
hey, out the
It, it.
gate, I was making it.
It's hard to make money in fashion, when you
Yeah,
went to school for it,
that's true.
but if you are very creative, you can make some money. You know, you just ghost design for people. Like I've ghost designed for a few people. I'm not allowed to say online, but I've done some stuff for a few people. You know, just put it that way. And it's still working out. You know, it's still working out for me.
Yes, sir.
You know, like even I'm trying to do some home deco stuff. Like I painted in here. I did this whole. I'm changing some things up. You know, like I did
I gotta
a two
charge
tone
up. I'll be
wall.
back, yo.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
I did like a two-tone wall. You know, Kwafi, he paints too. You know, I do a lot of painting and shit. You know, and I'm changing all this over here into Egyptian, more of an Egyptian type look. This is
Yeah.
going to be when you first walk in. It's going to be an Egyptian style. You know, with different things. You know,
Oh, okay.
yeah, man. You've been on here a minute. You okay with us here? Or
Yeah, I'm about to get ready to jump off in a minute. The conversation just got so good, man.
yeah, it
It just
did.
kept
You know.
going.
I mean, see,
Yeah.
because we talking about something, man. You know, we're not here talking about bullshit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Every channel is not about, you know, everything don't have to be a problem. It could be brothers building, you know, brothers,
Yep.
what you're doing in your real life, you know. Everything don't have to be a debate or a disagreement, you know.
Yep.
You know, some people get online for the bullshit. I
Yeah.
don't
I
have time
mean,
for that. I work at a goddamn college full time, and I own a business full time, you know. So I don't have time for it.
yeah. A lot of times, man, it sells. That's what business with K podcast when he was saying that a lot of people on here because they're promoting the toxicness and like he basically saying, and a lot of people know this. There's no money in the cure. There's only money in keeping you sick. And
Yeah,
that's
that's true.
why there's no solutions to the problem with the women. There's no solution to the problem with the black community because if everybody's better, then we can't make money off you. If
Oh
everybody's
man, that's true.
yeah, it's to a point with the situation with, let's say, alcohol. If we tell you that alcohol is bad for you, but if you drink your problems away, life will get better. Stuff like that, people gonna continue drinking. But then when you say, man, look, every time you drink liquor, it's gonna kill you. Everybody will get to a point where they start looking at maybe I don't need to drink. It's gonna be a couple of deaths before you realize, man, that stuff killed you. I mean, we have a prime example with the situation with tilapia. Look how many people don't eat tilapia because they talk about the farm raised tilapia. There's a few people that say, "Man, I still eat tilapia," but majority of them say, "Man, I don't eat tilapia because it's farm raised. They eating shit."
Oh
So
yeah, yeah. I have an aunt that's like that when it comes to even different things, you know, because she's strictly vegetarian.
yeah,
And I thought growing up that she was just bullshitting and saying, you know, or just picking at people for eating meat. But some of the shit she said was, you know, pretty much on point. Like, you know, she don't eat shrimp, you know, because of for that same reason of what you just said, tilapia
yeah,
does.
bottom feeders.
Yeah, you know, and what they eat, you know, could also make the human body sick. And
Yep.
from what I'm understanding, you know, fish ain't really supposed to smell fishy. You know, like really like a foul smell. It's what the fish eat. They say even salmon is not supposed to even be pink.
Yep.
You know, it's what the sound
It's
what it
great.
eats.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
it depends on the different type of salmon you get because it's gray until the when the air hits it and it turns pink, and then they have the dyes that make them a certain pink, but they're supposed to be like a nice, bright pink. They're not supposed to be a dark pink. So it's all depending on your knowledge of food and what you're eating and stuff. Yeah, it goes even deeper than that. But yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna I'm gonna go ahead and jump off, man.
Okay. Well, look, man, I thank you for having me up, and you know we'll do this again. I hadn't talked to you in a while. You know, I know how to reach you either here or there. So,
Yep, yep.
yep. Well, thank you for having me up.
And
All
I'm gonna
right.
bow out. All right, take it easy.
Yep. And shout out to everybody that came through. Nice conversation. Hope y'all got something for this. That's the main thing that I try to do when I have these conversations. Level-headed thoughts to where we can focus on things that matter and in the community and within our families. Lifestyle changes, overall money and health and going from there. But with that being said, if you know me, you know what I always say. We here and we gone.